records for Laila Daniel when Billy Place. It is self-authenticating with a certified business record certification. So if you need to refer at any point to the records, just let me know. Okay. All right. So we'll start with Laila Daniel. Do you recall the first time that you treated Laila Daniel?
I don't actually recall that, other than referring to the medical record.
Did you have medical records associated with that first visit?
Yes.
And what was the date of that first visit?
I believe it was around May 2015.
Do you remember the exact date?
May 18th.
Do you recall how old Laila was at that point?
I think she was around 20 months old.
Do you recall who she was brought in by?
Ms. Brown.
And that would be Loretta Brown?
Loretta Brown, yeah.
And what was the purpose of that particular visit?
She was just placed in Ms. Brown's care, and she was behind on immunizations and needed a well baby checkup. So that's what she came in for.
And so what did you do as part of the checkup? What does that checkup consist of?
Height, weight, vital signs, history and physical examination, any laboratory things that we need to do, and immunizations, and then address any other issues that there may be.
Okay. And when you did the physical examination, did you do a musculoskeletal examination?
Yes.
And what does that consist of?
Examination, palpation, visual inspection of the entire musculoskeletal system.
Okay. And when you say visual inspection, what is that? What do you mean by that?
Well, you look at the extremities, the back, and look for any abnormalities, deformities, check the curvature of the spine. Then you palpate for any tenderness or abnormalities.
And when you say palpate, what does that mean?
You actually physically touch and feel.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, I'd also move into evidence states 123 through 137. These are the X-rays from November 17th of 2015 regarding Laila Daniel. They have an associated certification of business records, so they are self-authenticating.
Perfect.
So when you stated that you palpated, did you palpate her arm?
Yes.
Did you palpate more specifically her left arm?
Yes.
I want to show you what's been previously admitted as states 129. Yeah, the light. Okay. I'll zoom in a little bit. What are we looking at here in states 129?
That looks like an X-ray of the left arm, including the humerus, the radius, and the ulna.
Okay. I'm going to give you a laser pointer. Well, the laser's not working right now, so we might have to go old school with the tried and true method. Does it first say on here what date this X-ray was taken?
November 17th, 2015.
So that would have been, and that's not great, but roughly 5 months after the visit that we're talking about?
Yes.
Okay. And what are we looking at in this particular X-ray that's of significance to you?
Well, there's an area here of abnormality. You can see the interruption in the bone, which would indicate a fracture.
Okay. And what kind of fracture would that be?
It looks like just a complete, fracture, which is not displaced. That means it's still in line.
Okay.
The bone edges here are still in line. There's also, I think, evidence around the bone of what we call callus formation, which indicates healing.
Okay.
It means it's an older fracture.
Now, when you say older fracture, do you believe that this would have been present when you examined Laila on May 18th of 2015?
No, I don't think that if that fracture had been present when I examined her, the callus formation at this point would be almost completely the same as the bone, and the defect here would be fused. The bones would be fused.
Okay. And when you palpated Laila's arm, meaning you felt it, did you feel any abnormalities in her arm?
None at that time.
Just for the statement, what's states 130? What are we looking at here?
This is just another view of the same arm. Apparently, the same defect or fracture there, and that's the same date.
So you felt absolutely no evidence of this fracture when you examined her. Did you? What if any evidence did you feel regarding any fracture in her left arm?
I did not feel any evidence of fracture at that time.
We can bring the lights back up. Thank you. I also want to talk about the your physical exam, did you note any bruising on her body?
Not that I recall.
Did you note any signs of physical abuse whatsoever?
No.
And if you had, would you have noted them in your records?
Yes.
Now, were there any specific complaints brought to your attention on that particular date?
There was a complaint that Laila would get angry or mad, have a temper tantrum, turn blue.
Okay. When you say turn blue, how would she end up turning blue?
She would hold her breath.
Is being a pediatrician for as many years as you had, is that unusual?
No, it's fairly common.
Is there any physiological, anything associated with that from what you could tell from your examination?
No.
Now, was there another time that Laila came into your office?
She came back in a few weeks later.
Do you recall the exact date?
I don't.
If I were to show you the record, would that help you?
Yes.
I'm showing you stage 138.
Okay, she came back in on June 29th, 2015.
And what was the purpose of that visit?
It was just to receive some catch-up immunizations.
Did she see you on that date?
No.
Did she see any physician on that date?
No.
Who would she have seen when she came in?
The nurse.
And now, as far as her weight, was her weight relatively normal at this point?
Yes, it was in the normal range for her age.
And had she, between the first visit and the second visit, was there any change in her weight?
On the first visit in May, she was 23 pounds, 10 ounces, and 24 pounds on June. So she had gained 6 ounces, about half a pound.
Is that appear normal?
Yes.
Was there any, according to the records, was there any complaint of any kind of bruising or anything of that nature?
I don't know.
So there's nothing that's at least listed in that report, correct?
No, correct.
Did you ever see Laila Daniel after that day?
No.
Did you ever see her on August 12th of 2015?
No.
Now, did you also treat Millie Place? I believe you said you had.
Yes.
All right. And what do you recall the date that you first treated Millie Place?
I don't recall.
If you want to look at the record, you can do that.
Okay, she came in November 19th, 2015.
Now, do you remember this visit?
I do.
So you have an independent recollection of this visit?
Yes.
Do you recall who she was brought in by?
She was Ms. Lambert.
And that would be Patricia Lambert?
Yes.
And what was the purpose of that visit?
She came in with complaints of bruising on her hips and buttocks and on her left arm.
What did you do as far as the examination or treatment of her?
Saying that take a history, physical examination, and an assessment and a plan.
I want to show you what was previously admitted as states 78. It's behind you. Does this look like one of the things that you recalled during your visit with Millie Place?
Yes.
And I also want to show you what's previously admitted as states 80. Does this also accurately reflect what you observed on Millie Place on November 19th of 2015?
Yes.
Okay. So tell me, you said you got a history. What was the history that you got?
That she had been taken out, placed into foster care. She was removed removed from that home after the death of her sister, and that when she returned there was bruising noted on her right buttocks and right upper arm, and so she was brought in for that evaluation.
Did Millie say anything about how she obtained those injuries?
She said she fell.
Did you ask any more questions of Millie?
I did not.
And why did you not do that?
I didn't. That's not my area of expertise to investigate. There were obvious, in my opinion, signs of physical abuse, and so I wanted the experts to be able to question Millie, and anything that I say to her or ask her, I didn't want that to cloud what they may find out.
Okay. So what we're looking at in states 80, did that give you concern as the pediatrician seeing her?
Yes.
And why is that?
It's just not consistent with a fall, in my opinion.
Okay. Now, I do also want to show you States Exhibit 81. And this was also, did you also observe this on Millie 2 days after these were taken?
Yes.
Okay. And what are we looking at here?
These are just, well, everything but his papules around the buttocks there.
Okay. And does that look like it's from abuse, or is that natural?
That, and just looking at a picture, and I didn't write this on my note, but it looks like impetigo, which could be just a normal occurrence.
Okay.
It does not look like abuse.
Okay. So there's nothing about that jumps out at you being abused, correct?
No.
What about the arm? Did you have concerns as a treating physician about the injury to her arm that we're seeing in States Exhibit 78?
Yeah, that's a pretty significant bruise.
And was that concerning for you for potential child abuse?
Yeah, it wasn't consistent with the fall, and so, yeah.
All right. Did you also see Millie after that particular day?
Millie came in on January 25th, 2016 for a 4-year checkup.
Okay. And were there any complaints on that day?
That she had a rash on her upper leg and buttocks.
Was that the same kind of rash that we saw in those previous pictures, or something different?
It was something different.
What did you do during that visit?
History and physical examination, vital signs. We tested her hearing and vision, did a urinalysis, checked a drop of blood for anemia, routine stuff on a 4-year checkup, and then she received vaccinations.
Did you note any bruising in this particular checkup?
No.
Any signs of physical abuse?
No.
Did you ever see Millie after that day?
She came in one more time, March the 15th, 2016, complained of sore throat, fever, and ear pain. She was diagnosed with strep throat, and she was treated.
Did you ever see Millie after that date?
Did not.
Do your records indicate how the visits were paid for that we've talked about today?
My records don't indicate that.
Nothing further at this time.
Thank you. Cross. You need to make sure of the lights.
Dr. Reed, good morning. My name is Kareem Moe. I have a number of questions for you.
Okay.
I want to concentrate on June 29th, 2015. You did not see Laila that day, did you?
No.
And on June 29th, 2015, your nurse saw Laila.
Yes.
Now, with regards to protocol in your office, when your nurse would see something that would give her concern for abuse or for any other unusual thing, would she ever relate that to you?
Yes.
And do you review her notes?
Yes.
Now, on June 29th, 2015, who brought her in? Who brought Laila in?
That's not reflected in my notes, and I don't recall.
So it's whoever would have had her that time?
Yes.
Okay. And did anybody give a history or complaint of bruising?
No.
Did anybody give a complaint of lacerations or cuts?
No.
The sole purpose for which she was there was for vaccinations, correct?
Correct.
That's all I have this time.
Just one question for you, Dr. Lee. Is it possible that someone could have brought something to the nurse's attention and it wasn't properly documented?
Yes.
Is this something that you normally endorse in your office not to properly document?
I would say no.
Okay. So if something were to have occurred, such as bruising, is that something that you rely on your nurse to observe?
I rely on my nurse to assess appropriate, bruising. If anything would be out of the ordinary, I feel confident that they would address that with me.
And do you feel confident in this case that she addressed with you what she had to address with you?
Yes.
Do you feel confident in this case that this child came in for vaccinations only?
Yes.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
All right, thank you, Dr. Consent. Any objection to this witness being excused?
Not on stage.
Your Honor, I would ask that you remain on call. It's under my subpoena as well.
All right, Dr. Wood, that means is that you're excused for now, but you may be recalled, and so just be sure that you're in a place where we can reach you. Thank you. Right up here.
Good morning, Ms. Taylor. Can you please raise your right hand? Do you swear from the testimony you're about to give should be the truth and the whole truth to help you God?
I do.
Please lower your hand and state and spell your first and last name.
Ebony Taylor, EBONY TAYLOR.
And Ms. Ebony Taylor, how are you employed?
Pardon, I didn't hear you.
How are you employed?
The Department of Family and Children Services.
Ma'am, can you put the microphone up to you? No.
The Department of Family and Children Services.
And how long have you been employed with our short defects?
14.9, 11 months, years.
Years. And what is the position that you hold with defects?
Field Program Specialist.
Okay. And what does that entail?
Review policy, train staff, staffings, high profile cases, cases that are related to foster care.
And did you hold that position back in 2015?
No, I was the county director for Henry County DFACS.
And as the county director for Henry County DFACS, what were your job duties?
I did the budget, the county's budget, stakeholders, worked with juvenile court judges, looked over CPS, child protective services, and foster care cases. I did everything pretty much related to the leadership aspect.
Did you have any direct contact with any of the kids that were involved in defects or with defects?
Not direct contact, no.
What about any of the foster parents? Did you have any direct contact with the foster parents?
Through Foster Parent Association, I would go sometimes quarterly to their Foster Parent Association meetings to hear their concerns. If it was caseworker concerns, invoices concerns, as far as them getting paid timely, that's pretty much my contact if they had complaints or concerns.
Did you carry a caseload at all?
No, ma'am.
And in regards to the case involving Millie Place and Laila Daniel, did you become involved at some point in time during the process, or during the time period that they were dealing with defects?
Yes.
And how did you become involved?
Well, one time was, I'm not sure the time frame, she was placed, Millie was placed in a home where Miss Lambert, she's a foster parent, and we had received an investigation in regards to her having a black eye.
Do you recall when that was that investigation occurred?
Not a time specific, no.
We're looking at some defects records. Refresh your recollection as to that time period.
Yes.
Something.
Okay.
It would have been February 29th, 2016.
And were you aware of the death of Laila Daniel in 2015?
Yes.
So this complaint involving Ms. Lambert would have been after the death of Laila Daniel?
Yes.
Okay. And what is your recollection as to that particular investigation involving Ms. Lambert in 2016?
That the child had sustained like a black eye. An investigation came in. The caseworker, Ms. Hossley, went out and responded. We staffed it. That's where I became involved, because it was a special investigation because it involved a foster child. They have to staff it with the county director prior to closure.
And what happens during the staffing of a case?
They review the investigation. We discuss any safety concerns, any validity, any facts to support the allegations, and their actions in the investigation, which they reached out to the pediatrician to get clarity from a medical professional if it was a black eye. And it was not determined that it was a black eye, and she was cleared medically, and we unsubstantiated the case.
What does it mean to unsubstantiate a case for defects?
That we don't find clear and sufficient supporting evidence to say that maltreatment occurred.
What happened once that case was staffed? What was the ultimate result of that staffing?
We unsubstantiated. The foster parent, Ms. Lambert, requested the child be removed from the home.
And what was your understanding? Why was the child removed from the home?
The foster parent stated that she didn't want to get involved with all the media. She just didn't want to get involved with all the chaos that was surrounding the media and the child at that time. She wanted to just be a foster parent and not get involved in anything like that.
Okay, all right. Any other time that you, prior to that incident, that you were involved in regards to the placement of Millie and Laila prior in 2015?
Repeat your question?
Let me ask you, did you ever receive any information in regards to placement involving Millie Place and Laila Daniel during the time period of 2015?
No, ma'am.
I'm going to show you what's being marked as State Exhibit 139. Do you recognize States 139?
Yes, ma'am.
And what is it?
It's an email from Mary Battle to myself, June 18th, 2015.
Do you recognize and remember that email conversation?
I do.
State what as the State's Exhibit 139 be admitted into evidence. And what was the conversation in regards to that email that you received from Mary Evans Battle?
She basically wanted us to place the children in the home of the Rosenbaums and was asking what's taking so long.
And what was your response to her as to the time frame?
Then we have 30 days by policy to assess the family to determine for the home assessment and to allow my staff, Tamara Warner, and a contractor to do their job.
After you received that email, what did you do, if anything, in regards to receiving that email?
I just asked Tamara and them, did they contract the home eval out? And she said yes, it's still in process. And I said, okay.
Let me ask you, did you know either Jennifer or Joseph Rosenbaum prior to receiving that email?
No, ma'am.
Have you ever had any contact with either one of the defendants?
No, ma'am.
And you spoke about there being a process for a home evaluation. Can you tell us what a home evaluation is?
A home evaluation is where the department, either we complete the home eval ourselves or we contract it out. And it goes through, we observe the resource home, the dwellings, to make sure there's sufficient bedding, sleeping quarters for the children. If they have sufficient income, they pass a fingerprint live scan, drug screen. We get references, 3 references. We do CPS check, 911 check for residents on 911. We basically assess their parental capacity to be a caregiver for the foster children.
And once that home assessment is done, are part of your duties as the director at that time to review all home evaluations?
Yes.
Okay. At any point, did you review the home evaluation involving the placement of Millie Place and Laila Daniel with the Rosenbaums?
No.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 141. Do you recognize that?
I've seen it after the fact.
And what is it?
It's a home evaluation for Millie and Laila on the Rosenbaums, Jennifer and Joseph.
A state would ask the State's Exhibit 140 be entered into evidence.
Is it in the number again, please?
140.
Oh,
I may have misspoken, but it's 140. It's 140. I misspoke.
okay. Thank you.
And you indicated, did you ever receive that home evaluation during the time period that it was in the process for approval?
No,
Was that home evaluation signed by someone?
it was signed, yes, by someone.
Who was it signed by?
Deshae Rice Clancy?
And was Ms. Clancy authorized to sign that home evaluation?
No,
So the home evaluation that was signed in this case, did it go through the proper process?
no.
Nothing further.
Cross.
Ms. Taylor, good morning. My name is Grant. I've got a couple of questions for you. With regards to this black eye on 22916, isn't it true that the complaint came from the child's biological mother?
I don't recall who the complaint came from, I'm sorry.
Okay. With regards to the actual investigation, they took the child to the hospital, correct? In the early hours of the morning.
I'm not sure on that, I'm sorry. I just know that we followed up with a pediatrician.
Isn't it true that Ms. Lambert and Mr. Lambert asked that she be removed the next day?
I don't know if it's the next day, but they did ask that she be removed,
And
yes.
one of the reasons was the media, but another one of the reasons was because Mr. Lambert did not want to lose his job over a false or misleading accusation.
I don't recall him saying that.
You don't
to me.
recall it?
I don't know that for sure.
And was there anything, you've reviewed this home evaluation, have you not? At any
I have
point?
not.
As during the course of these 4 years that we have been dealing with the Rosenbaum case, you have never looked at the home visit?
I looked at, it's called the home evaluation.
Mhm.
I reviewed it after the fact, but it's been 4 years ago. I don't recall
And
like, the details of it, I'm sorry.
Okay, was there any indication that you do recall that the Rosenbaums would not have been approved or should not have been approved in this home study?
There was concerns, they did not, my staff, Tamara Warner, did not screen Miss Rosenbaum's maiden name. And had she been screened her maiden name, her foster care history would have come up and I would not have approved her on that alone.
Let's go back and try and answer the question. With regards to this home study,
It's not completed correctly.
okay, what is not completed correctly about it?
Miss Rosenbaum's maiden name was not screened. So what they submitted was her married name, and they did not do a background on her maiden name.
But with regards to the home visit, the house itself, was there anything wrong with the house?
Not to my knowledge, no, but it's more than a house now that we do approval for.
But your people did approve it, didn't they?
It's not approved because I didn't approve it.
You didn't approve it, but somebody approved it.
Who did not have the authority to approve?
What steps do you take to make sure that that doesn't happen?
That's an HR matter with DFACS. That goes over my head, and it's already been dealt with.
Nothing further.
All right, thank you, Randy. Please step up.
Thank you.
The objection is witness being excused.
Nothing for the state. Nothing for the defense.
All right, and you are free to go. You're released from the city.
State calls Tamara Warner Smith.
Tamara Warner Smith. Okay.
Please raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you shall give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You can put your hand down. Please state your true and correct name for the record.
Tamara Anita Smith.
And Ms. Smith, make sure I note that. Ms. Smith, what is your current employment?
I work with State Farm
And prior to working at State Farm, where did you work?
with the Department of Family and Children Services.
When you worked with the Department of Family and Children's Services, did you have a different last name?
I did.
Okay. You since got married, correct?
Absolutely.
All right. What years were you with the Department of Children and Family Services?
I originally started in 2007. I worked through 2010. I left to do some other things, and I came back in, I want to say 2013 or 2014.
When you came back in 2013 or 14, what county were you working in?
I was working in Henry County.
And what was your role?
I started as a case manager for foster care, and I was promoted to foster care supervisor.
In 2015, were you a foster care supervisor?
Yes.
And can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what that meant to be a foster care supervisor?
If you will give me a moment, I'm out of breath. I came up the steps.
That's okay. Take
I'm
your
sorry.
time.
The elevator was moving.
Do you need some water or something?
Please. Summer heat and pregnancy. I'm sorry.
It's okay. Take your time.
So being a supervisor, I was managing a unit. I can't remember how many at this time, but we oversee quite a few things. Just the day-to-day functioning, helping with the case managers, just a lot of managerial things. Just it's a number of things that we do.
Okay. Were you a supervisor for a person by the name of Samantha White?
Yes, I was.
And what was Samantha White's role at DFACS?
She was a foster care case manager.
And was she the foster care case manager for Laila, Daniel, and Millie Place's case?
Yes, she was.
What are the responsibilities for a case manager at DFACS, foster care case manager?
Following it's a lot of things too, but when we have custody of a child, of course, we try to meet the needs of every child that we have. We make sure they're safe in their placements, making contact with them, working towards unification with their families. And a lot of things fall under that umbrella.
Okay.
So,
do they ever attend court hearings?
yes, we did have hearings.
Do they go to the home where the foster children are placed?
Yes.
How often do they go to the home?
At the time, it was required once a month.
And when they go to the home, about how long, usually, are those home visits?
I would say a minimum an hour should be.
Okay. When they go and do a home visit, what type of things should the case manager be doing at that home visit?
You want to first and foremost assess safety. So you want to make sure that the child is also doing well in the placement. You speak with the foster parent to see if there are any issues that have arrived. You look at their room. You look at where they're sleeping. Make sure they have enough clothes. Depending on age, you have to look at other things. You ask about school, if they're school age. It's just the number of things that you have to assess while you're there.
Okay. What about if a child is nonverbal, meaning they haven't started to talk, or at least talk very well? Are there any additional steps that need to be taken?
Absolutely. When a child is nonverbal, you want to see them undressed. Even if they're in a pamper, you want to make sure you change that pamper so that you can see that child fully unclothed every month.
And if a child is nonverbal, should the case manager be doing that at every visit?
Every home visit.
Do you remember from your time there about how large the average caseload was?
Henry County wasn't high that I can remember, but I don't remember the exact caseload at that time. It wasn't as high as when I worked in previous counties, so.
Outside of that single monthly visit, could there be other visits that the case manager has with the foster parents?
Yes, sometimes you would make visits if, say for instance, they're involved in other activities, or if they have something at school if they're school age, you would see them there as well as in the home.
Now, Ms. White, what was her level of experience when you supervised her?
She was a very new case manager.
Did you have any complaints or concerns about her when you supervised her?
Yes.
And what were those?
It was follow-up, making sure that things were done. When we would have a meeting and I would say, oh, this might need to be done, we would come back to the next meeting and some cases and things still were not done.
Can you give us an example of what you mean?
Sometimes children need services in the home. We have to make referrals out for them to get those services, for the people to come in and assess the kids.
What kind of services are we talking about here, for those of us who aren't as familiar with DFACS?
Okay. It just depends on the child again, but a lot of it is in-home therapy, play therapy for younger kids that are nonverbal. It helps us to find out other things if other things are going on that we might not be aware of.
And so one of your concerns was she didn't always have the best follow-up, correct?
Correct.
Now, when you supervised her, did you ever go out on home visits with her?
Initially, when I started, Samantha started around the same time when I started in Henry before I was promoted. So she actually went out with me as a case manager a couple of times on some visits. But when she was actually a worker, I can't recall going on a visit with her.
Did you ever go on a home visit with her to visit Laila or Millie?
No, I did not.
Now, speaking of Laila and Millie, do you recall the first time that you ever heard about these two children?
I don't, other than, they came into care.
Okay. Is it, as a supervisor, is it part of your job to know every single kid that's in the foster care system?
Yes and no.
Okay, explain that.
We kind of live through our case managers. So they kind of paint the story for us as to what's happening with the child, what's going on with them and their families. I might not always have direct contact with them as a supervisor.
Okay. Were you familiar with the reason why the children were in DFACS care?
At this time, I don't recall. I'm sorry, but
Okay.
I don't remember.
I want to talk a little bit about the placement. Do you recall how the children ended up being placed with the Rosenbaums?
Yes, Samantha listed them as one of the people that were a fictive kin.
And what is a fictive kin? Tell us a little bit more about that.
So a fictive kin is not a blood relative. They're not foster parents, but they're someone that has a connection with the family. And you would typically get permission from the family to say, hey, this is someone that we know, and we would like for our kids to be placed here.
What about the screening process to place a child with fictive kin? Is it the same as a foster placement?
Foster homes are done differently. We had a person in the office that actually handled all of the foster homes. When we were doing relative placements, we would get what we call a relative assessment.
Okay. So what about the training or the classes that the fictive kin are supposed to go through? Are those the same, or were they the same at that time?
There are no class requirements for relatives.
What about
fictive? There are no class requirements.
Now you said that the Miss Rosenbaum was treated as a fictive kin, and why was that to your recollection?
Samantha told me that this was someone her mom was placed in foster care with when she was in care, and that they were friends.
Okay. Now, do you recall a situation, are you familiar with the person by the name of Patricia Lambert?
Yes, she was a foster parent.
And was there ever a situation where she voiced any concerns about the children?
Yes, there was.
And tell us about that.
Ms. Lambert came to the office, and I think Samantha was out on leave, and she stated that, and Ms. Lambert has a very heavy accent, but she stated that something was not right.
Okay.
And that's what she kept saying, but
I'll move on.
All right.
When Miss Lambert came into the office, did she present you with anything?
there were some photos that were sent. They were also emailed, and it looked like scratches.
Okay. Now, at that time, did you have any concerns about the photos that she showed?
Well, what I did was, and I spoke with Miss Ebony Taylor, who was the administrator at the time. She actually saw the photos as well. It was a bunch of people that saw them. They asked for us to have Samantha to go out and follow up to see if there were any other concerns and to speak with Ms. Lambert in further detail.
Okay. And based upon all that, at that point, did you have any concerns about the photos that were shown?
No.
Now, regarding the placement, was there anything else that you received that, let's say, was out of the ordinary regarding how the children got placed with the Rosenbaums?
No.
Did you ever receive anything from any of the judges in this particular case?
Oh yeah, it was an email, but it was an email asking, when we were going to place and if we were not going to place, so to speak,
Okay.
and asking for a reason why we weren't.
Was that out of the ordinary?
That was my first time, in, having an email from a judge in reference to a placement.
Now, did you know Ms. Rosenbaum prior to the placement?
No, I did not.
Did you know Joseph Rosenbaum prior to the placement?
No, I did not.
Did you ever see Ms. Rosenbaum at any point through your work at DFACS?
No. Well, in passing, I'm sorry, at juvenile court.
Okay. Did you ever have any interactions with her at that point?
No.
All right. What about after Laila's death?
She came into the office, I want to say it was the morning after.
And do you recall anything about her demeanor that you remember?
It was somewhat of a blank stare. When I saw her, that's all I can remember.
Okay. Did you have, from that point on, though, did you have any further role in the investigation?
No.
Now, let's talk a little bit about some protocol. If a child that's in foster care receives a broken bone, are there any sort of procedures that the case manager is supposed to follow?
Yes.
And what are those procedures?
To first notify your supervisor. Also to make a referral to CPS to follow up and do further investigation.
And when you say CPS, what is that?
Okay, so foster care and there's child protective services investigation. There's also the foster care spectrum. The CPS investigative team, they do more follow-up, more involved investigations for things that you might suspect to be abuse, or we make sure that it's not abuse.
Okay. And so if there's is that standard protocol for any time that there's any significant injury?
Yes.
And would a broken bone fall within that spectrum?
Most definitely.
Are you aware of any sort of report being made by Ms. White regarding any broken bones on Laila Daniel?
No.
Did she ever contact you directly about any broken bones from Laila Daniel?
No.
Ms. Smith, you're no longer with DFAS, correct?
That's correct.
And you were actually terminated as a result of this case, is that correct?
That's correct.
Nothing further at this time.
And Cross.
Ms. Warner, good morning. My name is Corinne Mull. I just have a number of questions for you. You've been sued in this case, is that correct?
There is a civil case.
Okay. There is a civil case, and were you sued in that case? Are you a defendant in that case?
Yes, I was named in that case.
And when you say you were named, were you sued in your capacity? Are you a defendant in that case?
Yes.
Ms. Taylor, I want to talk to you about the incident in Loretta Brown's household, Ms. Lambert's household, with regards to marks and bruises. You saw the photographs.
Yes.
Ebony Taylor, the director, saw the photographs.
She was the administrator at the time,
She
but
was the
she saw them as
administrator.
well.
Other people in the office saw them.
Yes.
Ms. Macedon saw them.
Yes.
And did you not make a determination that those marks did not rise to the level of abuse?
The photos that I saw?
Yes.
Did not.
Did not what?
Did not rise to the level of what we would consider abuse at that time.
Okay. What did you see that did not rise to that level?
I can't remember where they were, but they looked like scratches.
Like scratches?
Mm-hmm.
And what did you think about scratches?
Well, what Samantha told me was that they were playing at the playground and they fell. They were scratches.
So is it not true, Ms. Warner, that you also considered that these were healing and or healed marks?
I did not.
You did not look at that?
I did not determine if they were healing or if they were new.
Did you make any notation with regards to the fact that they were healing or healed?
I don't recall at this time.
Now, you wrote a case note in April of 2015 with regards to efforts made to place the children with relatives, correct?
I don't recall, but
Does that sound, would you have done that?
typically my notes would include efforts to place with relatives.
Were there anybody willing to take these children at that time?
Not that I'm aware of.
And this fictive kin, the standards are different than from foster parents, correct?
That's correct.
And with fictive kin, home studies do not go through Ms. Odikpo, correct?
That's correct.
And Ms. Odikpo would have nothing to do with fictive kin, correct?
That's correct.
Now, you wrote that Millie in September of 2015, was receiving counseling services through Pathways to address any past trauma experience as well as to being adjusted in foster care. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And that was in November of 2015, correct?
I'm sorry, did you say September?
September of 2015?
I would have to look at the notes to be sure when I wrote it, but
Let me show you, see if this refreshes your recollection.
okay.
So in September of 2015, the child would have to have been taken to a counselor, correct?
I'm not sure if that was in home or if they were being taken somewhere.
Okay, so counseling was either done in home or the child would have been taken to the counselor.
Correct.
And so in September 2015, the child was in counseling, at least for a period of time.
Correct.
Now, you also wrote a note that in August of 2015, that the children were doing well and adjusting to living with the Rosenbaums, didn't you?
Yes, and that is from what was reported to me by Samantha White.
Now, you have testified here earlier that with regards to Samantha White, you were not pleased with her follow-up. What did you do about it?
There was a memo given, a memo of concern.
Did you do anything other than that?
Other than work with her to try to assist, that was about it, other than just writing it down, saying, hey, these are some concerns that we have.
But you didn't go out with her to see Millie and Laila?
No.
You didn't go out with her to see any of her clients, did you?
No, I did not.
And in fact, you were fired because she was fired, isn't that correct?
I don't
As
know
a
why I was
supervisor.
terminated. I just know it was a result of this case.
Now, while the children were with the Lamberts, there were concerns about Millie getting very upset when she did not get her way, correct?
That is what was reported by Samantha.
And that's what you wrote. on
Yes,
your
during
day.
the staffing with Samantha.
And Laila had begun to hit and pull hair, correct?
That is what was noted.
And it's fair to say, Ms. Warner, that you feel if it weren't for Ms. White, you would probably still have your job, correct?
No, I don't feel that way.
You don't feel that way. And you're not concerned at all about being a defendant in a lawsuit, in a civil lawsuit.
No.
Thank you, that's all I have.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. You can sit down.
You can please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give should be the truth and the whole truth, so help you God?
I do.
You can have a seat, and can you please say and spell your first and last name?
First name is Mary, M-A-R-Y. Last name Evans-Battle, E-V-A-N-S-B-A-T-T-L-E.
And Ms. Evans Battle, how are you employed?
I am an assistant district attorney here in Henry County
And how long have you held that position?
since 1998.
And are there various units in the district attorney's office?
Yes, there are.
And what unit are you assigned to?
I am currently assigned as the accountability court assistant district attorney for the Superior Court, and I also am assigned to the CHINS, which is part of juvenile court.
In 2015, what division or unit were you assigned to with the district attorney's office?
The juvenile division.
And what were your duties as an assistant district attorney in the juvenile division?
I supervised employees there. We had another assistant as well as an investigator and two other staff members. And I was responsible for the day in and day out as to their duties.
And as far as being a supervisor in the juvenile court and supervising employees, what types of cases specifically did y'all deal with in juvenile court?
We dealt with anyone under the age of 17 who had committed a delinquent offense, as well as those under the age of 18 who had committed unruly or ungovernable offenses.
When you say a delinquent offense, what does that mean?
In the adult system, it would be a criminal offense. They violated some area of the law.
And the unruly?
It would be mostly, if they're under the age of 18, there are certain offenses that are only committed by juveniles, such as being unruly or disrespectful to their parents or truant from school or things of that nature.
And would those involve having to go to court hearings to deal with either delinquency or unruliness?
Yes.
And the courtrooms that handle those cases, are they handling any other cases dealing with children?
They handle the dependency cases.
And what are dependency cases?
Those are cases in which the child has been found to be deprived or dependent because the parents have not been able to care for the child.
And who is normally present for those dependency hearings?
There is a special assistant attorney general There are, defect workers. There are, if there's a cross case between the delinquents, then our office would be in those types of hearings as well. There's the defense attorneys, guardian ad litems that are involved.
Would the children involved in those dependency cases sometimes be present?
Yes,
And what about the parents?
yes,
And would your delinquency hearings and these dependency hearings, could they be going on around the same time?
yes.
Would there be times, how did that normally occur if they're going on at the same time?
The schedule would be that one judge is hearing the dependency cases while the other judge is hearing the delinquent cases. And then at a certain time, then they switch to the opposite. The other judge would hear, the dependency and the other judge would hear the delinquent cases.
So is it possible if you are in the courtroom that you could be present during a dependency case, although it doesn't involve the DA's office?
Yes.
And at those dependency cases, what type of, evidence is being put up?
On the dependency cases?
Yes, ma'am.
There is usually, it depends on what phase of the hearing process that they're in. If it's, for instance, if it's just the 72-hour hearing, the SAG or the Special Assistant Attorney General may be presenting evidence as to why the department is asking for custody of the children, what the deprivation is. Other times it could be, a full hearing where the parent has not. It could be a stipulation where the parent has said, yes, I can't care for the child right now. It's okay for DFACS to have them, or there's some stipulation that's going on. It could be a full trial where the parents are denying that they did anything wrong and making the department prove that it was necessary to remove the kids from their home.
Sometimes with those hearings, if it's a full trial, involve medical testimony.
Yes.
In what instances would there be medical testimony that's being heard during those hearings?
If there were some injury to the child, if there were some indication that the child was ill, if there were any indication that the parents had some illness that would not allow them to care for the child. The other, medical kind of testimony might be if the parents were using drugs or alcohol, those types of evidence would be introduced as well.
To your knowledge, were you ever present or present in court during any hearings involving Millie Place and Laila Daniel?
No.
Okay. And as part of your duties as a supervisor in the juvenile unit, did you have occasions to have interns work for you?
Yes.
And do you recognize the defendants in the courtroom, Jennifer Rosenbaum and Joseph Rosenbaum?
Yes.
And how do you recognize? Let's start with Miss Rosenbaum.
Ms. Rosenbaum was an intern in our office for a period of time.
Do you recall when that internship was?
I want to say that it was during the summer months, I would say from May until August.
And of what year was that?
In 2015.
And how did you come to meet the defendant, Jennifer Rosenbaum, and for her to be an intern in your office?
I met her at a function that one of the attorneys gives a get-together, and I met her during that event. I was introduced by Judge Powell, I believe, she was actually an intern in her office. And she was going to be looking for an internship with us, or with the DA's office. And so we agreed that she would be a good candidate to be in our office. And when she finished the intern with Judge Brown and was ready for our office, then she should contact our contact person.
And did that occur?
Yes.
Okay. And is there an interview process that you go through in order to be an intern in your office?
Yes, and normally we would have them to complete an application. We talk with them about the internship. We check their references. It's the usual process. And to be honest with Jennifer, I can't remember if we went through the whole formal side of it. I'm sure she filled out an application. I'm sure she submitted a resume. I know that I did speak with Judge Powell about how her internship had gone with her. And I'm sure she was interviewed with Ms. King, who was our victim advocate that kind of did most of the screening of the interns.
Would it be fair to say some of the things that would normally happen during the application process didn't occur in the case of... If I could clarify.
Okay.
Did she go through the normal process of the application procedure?
I would say not, because we forgot about her, to be honest, that she was going to be coming or making an application. We usually try not to get two legal interns in there at the same time, at least in our section, because it is small and we don't necessarily have enough work for them. So we had already given our internship to someone else. When she asked about coming on, I think everybody decided that we felt that we needed to go ahead and try and do 2 illegal interns because of the fact that we had promised her that we would hire her when she made the application.
And what the internship program with your office, what does that entail? Like, what are the interns doing?
They were doing, they would do research, they were reading files, learning about the juvenile process, how it works, how it aligns with other courts. They also, if they're in the 3rd year, under the 3rd Year Practice Act, we get them sworn in so that they can participate in trials as well. They prepare motions and file them, and generally, act as if they were attorney in the office. We also did like for them to go to the other courts to get an idea from actually watching the courts how our court differs from some of the other ones.
And was Jennifer, has she been sworn in under the 3rd Year Practice Act?
If I recall, yes, she was.
And how would you describe her as an intern?
I thought she was energetic. I thought she was eager to learn. I thought she knew the law, that she worked hard. I thought she was a good intern. She asked questions. She had different ideas. She was motivated to look at things and to make suggestions. And I thought she was a good intern.
And did she have an opportunity to I guess, participate in hearings and trials?
Yes.
And did she have an opportunity to do court observations?
Yes.
How would you describe your relationship with the defendant, Jennifer Rosenbaum?
I thought we had a good relationship. I honestly had hoped that we would. I, at the time, was pretty politically engaged still, and so was she. So we shared some common interests in our community, and I like that about Jennifer. So, I was hoping that we would be working towards not a friendship. I don't tend to. Would maybe not include her in my friend circle, but I would be as a colleague, as someone to mentor and things of that nature.
And were you able to continue that relationship?
In the sense that once she left the office, I think I only met with her one time after that, and then I had some things I was dealing with. I was with my family. I was out of town, and so we didn't continue a relationship.
Did she finish out the internship as planned?
I want to say she may have stayed a little bit longer, but she didn't complete it in the normal way we would, because she didn't have an exit interview or any of those things. I believe she left in maybe August, the end of August, I want to say, because I think I met with her like the first week in September, is how I recall it.
Do you recall during the time that she was interning, did you ever have any conversation in regards to her fostering children?
Yes.
Tell me about that conversation.
Well, she had indicated that one of the people that she grew up with and or knew from foster care when she was in foster care, that that person had children that were going through the juvenile court process, the deprivation process, and that person had asked her to foster the children, and that the Department of Family and Children Services were working to get that done.
And did you continue to discuss that process with her at all?
From time to time, as she mentioned it or things happened, we talked about the process that she was visiting with the children, as she started to visit with the children, and that I believe they started overnight visits at some point. We talked about the process when, that's pretty much how we were talking about the process. As they were moving along, we talked about they had to get a home evaluation completed by the department. And that's usually, I believe, done before they have overnight visits. But I think Jennifer may have had an overnight before that happened.
At some point, did you get involved in that process in any way?
Well, I know that they have been going. My understanding, they have been going through the process for a while. And I did write an email to the attorney, the director, in reference to whether or not they were on track for doing the home evaluation, because it has to take place in, a certain period of time.
And let me show you what's been already marked as State's Exhibit 139, issued to evidence. Is that the email that you were speaking of?
Yes, it is.
And what prompted you to send that email?
Jennifer shared some frustration over the length of time that the department was taking in getting her approved. It was my understanding at that time that she was already having overnight visits with the children. And I was on the board for the Department of Family and Children Services also at the time. And we had some discussion about moving kids to more permanent placements. And it was my understanding that she was actually fostering to adopt. So in all of that, with this going on and her frustration, I only asked, about how long they were taking, asking them to, make whatever decision they're going to make, but just move, just asking if they were moving forward.
Okay. And you say your understanding was that they were fostering to adopt.
Yes.
In your, in experience, is there usually a reunification plan in place when there's a foster to adopt
Yes.
scenario? So you would still have that?
Yes, you can still have that.
And who indicated to you that this was a foster to adopt plan?
Jennifer did.
After you sent that email, did you ever learn about the girls finally being placed with the Rosenbaums?
Yes.
And did you ever meet the girls?
Yes.
Okay. On one occasion or more?
More.
Okay. What was the first time that you met with the girls?
I believe the first time I met them, they came to the office. One of the foster parents brought them to Jennifer at the office.
And did you get a chance to observe the girls?
I did.
Okay. Did you observe any injuries or anything that was concerning when you saw them?
No.
And you indicated it was more than one time. When's the next time that you saw the girls?
I want to say I saw them, that there was a second time at the office. But I think there was a time that Jennifer actually had to go and pick them up and brought them back to the office. But I can't remember whether or not they were, in the car, or if they were outside the car, but they probably came into the office, but I just can't really remember. But those were the only 2 times I saw them together at the office.
And did you ever meet the defendant, Joseph Rosenbaum?
Yes.
When did you meet him?
He came to get them from the office.
Once the girls were placed with the defendants, did you ever have any conversation with Jennifer about how things were going?
Just probably general conversation. Maybe I don't recall anything specific. I know that I talked with her about just the care for them. I had some type of, and I don't know what point this was, but there was something I had gotten that you put out on the ground if you're away from home for the child to lay them down and change their diaper. We talked about having something in handy like that, and but more specific, I couldn't tell you.
Okay. And you indicated that you saw the girls 2 times in the office. Did you ever see them outside of the office?
I saw them in the back of the car once when Jennifer dropped my daughter off at my home. And I saw them at McDonald's after she started working for our office, we had lunch. And I saw them there. Was it McDonald's? Chick-fil-A? I can't even remember the restaurant, but we met for lunch, and they were with her at that time.
Do you recall what month it was?
I want to say it was the first part of September.
And when you saw the girls at that time, did you observe any injuries to them at all?
Millie had, the older one, had a bruise or something right around her eye. But I don't recall if Laila had any injuries.
Did you ask or inquire about that bruise on Millie's eye?
Yes.
And what did you learn about how that occurred?
She indicated that she forgot and didn't have the gate across the top of the stairway, and that she had fallen down the stairs.
Did she indicate to you whether or not she had to seek any medical treatment as a result of that fall down the stairs by Millie?
No.
Was there another occasion, you said an occasion where you saw them in the car when she was dropping your daughter off?
Yes,
Was that before or after this incident in September?
before.
The time when she was dropping your daughter off, tell me about that and how your daughter came to be with Jennifer Rosenbaum.
My daughter, we were having some issue because she was pre-diabetic. So we're talking about, what she's eating and things like that. She seemed to like Jennifer and as well as the other intern. So Jennifer made her a deal that if she, did what she was supposed to, was eating correctly, trying to exercise and do some of those things, that she would take her to the movies. So it ended up that Jennifer was able to take her to the movies.
How old is your daughter?
She's 21 now.
What's her name?
Alexis.
And tell me a little bit about Alexis.
She is, she's, can be very humorous. She's really a sweet child. She is 21. She probably looks a lot younger. She is mildly mentally impaired. And is a disability, of course, and she has to live with that. So she probably, most people think she's about 12 once they, start talking with her, but she, is older.
And you said that there was an occasion where she went to the movies with Jennifer. Were there other times that she would be with Jennifer or communicate with Jennifer?
I know that she, my daughter, she has a social, part of her disability is the aspect of not being able to pick up on social cues or who's a friend, who's not a friend, those types of things. So she loves children a lot. So she asked about going to Jennifer's, besides the movie, she asked about going to Jennifer, having a birthday party for one of the girls. I'm not sure which one it was. And if she could go and help with the party. And I told her that she could. I actually took her to drop her off at Jennifer's home.
Besides personally hanging out with her, did they communicate, to your knowledge, in any other way?
Yes, there was some text messaging, and when I found out, I told her to stop texting her, but they were texting, because that was a bit much to me, it was a little bit inappropriate.
Any other communication that you were aware of between your daughter and the defendant, Jennifer Rosenbaum? Let me ask you this, do you know whether or not they had any social media connections?
I just learned they did.
And what was that?
Instagram.
No further questions at this time. Thank you.
Hi, Ms. Battle. My name is Kareem Mall. I just have some questions for you. If you can't hear me, if you please let me know if I'm going to slow too
And I
fast.
am having, my ears are having a problem hearing, so if you would speak up, I would appreciate it. Thank you.
Definitely. Jennifer's internship with the DA's office was different than that of most other interns, correct?
I don't understand what you mean by the question.
Well, within the first week of her being there, she was called into Jim Wright's office, the DA's office, isn't that correct?
Yes,
In that meeting, she was told she would have to limit her involvement in politics, correct?
she was told that she had to limit her social media.
And her social media was politically oriented, wasn't it?
Yes.
So it's fair to say that she was told to limit her
I would
involvement.
object, Your Honor, unless she was personally there and was a part of that conversation of that meeting. If she's testifying to things that she heard, I would object to hearsay.
She was there, Your Honor.
I was present in the meeting with her.
So basically, she was told not to make any political social media posts, correct?
Correct.
And by not speaking out at Board of Commissioner meetings, she was asked not to do that, correct?
I don't know that she was specifically asked
You
not
don't
to
remember?
speak out at those meetings.
Do you not remember, or do you recall?
I don't remember that specifically. I remember that she had sent a personal message in a group in which either Mr. Wright was a part of or someone that he knows was a part of that was political in nature that he disapproved of.
And she was she was summoned, this was the first time that you had an intern to be summoned to the DA's office in their first week.
I'm not going to, first of all, say it's the first week, but it's the first time that I've ever had an intern summoned in reference to a discipline issue.
And you and Jennifer shared her concerns about the social media policy, didn't you?
Yes,
Because it restricted her speech, is that not correct?
yes,
And during Jennifer's time at the DA's office, she was called back to Mr. Wright's office once again, wasn't she? A second time.
I don't remember her being called back a second time.
Okay. You don't remember him being upset about a social media post that she had posted?
She wasn't in our office then. As far as I can recall, the second post was at the end of her internship. She and I talked about her not returning back to the office, but I don't recall him calling her in again.
She was critical of the district attorney, was she not?
I don't think she was critical specifically of the office. I think she was critical of the policy.
And she was critical of Mr. Wright. She said she wouldn't vote for him, isn't that correct?
Oh, well, she may have said that. She may have said that.
Were you aware that Jennifer had actually met with Darius Patillo, Mr. Wright's opponent in the case?
I don't know if she told me that or not.
Now, your daughter was permitted to spend unsupervised time with Jennifer, correct?
Yes,
And your daughter indicated she enjoyed her time with Jennifer?
yes,
And you were pleased as a mother that she was receiving some attention from somebody else?
I was pleased that that she felt comfortable, that my daughter felt comfortable enough with Jennifer, yes.
She participated in organizing the birthday party for Millie. Did you go to that party?
No,
But she did, didn't she?
yes,
With regards to the application process, she had to pass a fingerprint background check, didn't she?
yes,
And you talked about seeing Laila or Millie. Are you sure which daughter it is that you saw with a bruise on her face?
yes.
And which one was that?
I'm sure that's the older child. If Millie is the older child, then I'm sure that that's the child.
Okay. Could you in fact be mistaken and it was Laila, the alleged deceased child?
No, because Laila wasn't playing, if I recall. Millie was the one that was able to go and play. Laila was sitting in the chair with us while we talked.
Did you notice any bruising or cuts on her?
No,
Did Millie say anything to you about having a bruise on her face?
no,
Did she complain about Jennifer at all?
no,
You had even considered recommending Jennifer for the board of directors for DFACS, correct?
yes,
And Jennifer had told you that there were times when she had picked up the children from the Lamberts and the Browns when there were little cuts and scratches and bruises on the children, correct?
yes. From who? From
Miss Lambert or Miss Brown,
Are they the
foster parents.
Oh, no. No, Jennifer talked to me about there being some bruises or cuts, but it was my understanding it was maybe either the mom or the parent, grandparent, or someone had seen. I got the impression that it was one of those people who had seen the children and they were returned to foster parents in that condition. But I know that I did speak with her about, if that's happening, are you reporting it to the Department of Family and Children's Services every single time if something like that is happening?
Do you recall talking with an investigator by the name of Ann Tanner?
Yes,
And do you recall telling her that Jennifer and you discussed the fact that the children had bruises when they were picked up from the Lamberts and the Browns?
I don't think in the context of it was from the foster parents, but it may have been, but the whole conversation was not about them occurring, as I feel as if it's being suggested with the Browns or the Lamberts. It was occurring when they'd gone off to visit with other family members.
But when she picked them up from the Lamberts
I understand, yes.
and the Browns, they would have marks regardless of where they got them from, correct? You talked about that.
Yes,
Now, you said you saw this bruise on Millie's face. Did you report it to anyone?
No,
Did you email DFACS?
no, I didn't.
Did you call DFACS?
No,
Did you call the police?
no, I didn't.
So you didn't do anything about it, did you?
No.
You have, since there's been an investigation of Jennifer Rosenbaum's time in your office, and isn't it true that you've told DFACS, Ms. Hicks King, that Ms. Rosenbaum, carrying the load she did not appear stressed at all?
I don't think she appeared to be, to me, she appeared as a new person, a new parent, who can become frustrated, overwhelmed, because they have a lot to do. Jennifer had a lot of things that she was doing, but I didn't think it was so, she didn't just give me the impression that she was frantic about it, I guess.
Let me ask that question again and make sure. Did you report to Ms. Hicks King during the investigation that Ms. Rosenbaum, carrying the load she did not appear stressed?
The words you're using, I don't remember those words. I will tell you today that I would have said that she, based on what I saw, she didn't seem any different from any new mother who had just gotten 2 kids, who was in school and trying to work. I mean, she didn't.
So you're saying you don't recall saying she did not appear stressed?
I don't recall saying that specifically. No.
And the fact that you wrote this email, did that cause you any problem at the office?
After the death of the child,
Yes.
it was concerning, but other than speaking with the prosecutor, the DA at the time, and no, it didn't cause any changes.
It didn't cause any problem with you?
No.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I have at this time.
Just a few follow-up questions. Ms. Evans Battle, did Jennifer tell you that when she got the kids, I want to make sure I had this right, when she received the kids from the foster parents, they came back with bruises on them?
Yes, she told me that, but she told me in the context, she wasn't saying it as if the foster parents were harming the kids.
Okay.
And I feel like that is what is trying to be portrayed. She was saying that it was someone else, like the parents or grandparents, whoever else was supervised or whoever else was visiting children, were maybe doing some harm to the children. And when she got them from the foster parents, that they had those marks or bruises. What I've said to Jennifer is make sure that you are notifying the Department of Family and Children's Service, your case manager, that you're taking photographs so that you are not blamed for those types of things.
So did she ever tell you that Ms. Lambert expressed to Jennifer herself concerns about the children being returned to Ms. Lambert with bruises and marks on them when they were in the care of herself and Joseph Rosenbaum?
No.
Did she ever tell
Jennifer
you that?
didn't tell me that.
I'm sorry.
Jennifer did not tell me that.
Did anyone ever tell you that?
Miss Lambert,
Okay.
I believe Miss Lambert is the last person to, my question is Miss Lambert the person who had Millie after this happened?
Yes.
Okay.
So you had conversations with Ms. Lambert about
Yes.
bruises and injuries
Yes.
to the children while they were in the care of the
Yes.
Rosenbaums. And what was that conversation about?
Miss Lambert and I go to the same church. So she just said that she had reported to the department that the children were coming back with bruises and marks on them.
Did Jennifer ever tell you that she had indicated to Ms. Lambert during those conversations about concerns about bruising that DFACS shouldn't give me a child and not expect him to come back with bruises?
No.
Did Jennifer tell you when she presumably got the kids and they had bruises from the family members that she called DFACS about that?
No.
That she called the police?
No.
And when you saw that bruise on Millie's face, and are you certain it was Millie?
If she's the older child,
Yes.
yes.
Who told you she fell down the stairs?
Jennifer did.
Where was Millie when Jennifer told you that she fell down the stairs?
She was standing there.
And Ms. Mull asked you about these political posts that defendant Jennifer Rosenbaum was making. And there was more than just one occasion about her making what I guess DA Wright felt was inappropriate posts.
Yes.
Did she continue to post?
I don't recall that she continued to post. She was posting. He had the conversation. She stopped posting. The next time she posted, she was leaving the office.
And when you say she was leaving the office, tell me about how that occurred.
She posted, and I want to say I called her and said, and I don't think she came into the office after the post. And I believe I called her and said, Jennifer, you can't, I saw the post, you can't do that. And she said she wasn't coming back into the office anyway. So it didn't matter.
Was that the first time that you learned that she wasn't planning on coming back into the office?
Yes.
Now, myself nor Eddie Chase or Manor Andrews, we're not employed by the Henry County DA's office, are we?
No.
Do you know what the process of the recusal is?
Yes.
Okay, tell me a little bit about that.
Well, if the department or if anyone find that they have a conflict of interest in the case, then they are to recuse themselves, which remove themselves from the case so that there's no indication or of anything improper going on. So there's no indicia of propriety.
And did Henry County District Attorney's Office recuse themselves from the case involving Jennifer and Joseph Rosenbaum?
At this time, yes.
Do you know when that recusal occurred?
When?
Yes.
I believe early on when Mr. Patillo took office. This was, yes.
And once a DA's office is recused from a case, what part do they play in any decisions about how that case will be handled?
Oh, none.
Thank you, nothing further.
So you have spoken to Ms. Lambert since this case came to the forefront?
I spoke with Ms. Lambert right after. I'm not sure whether or not she had been arrested, but I want to say it was in the early part of December of 2015.
Did she tell you that Millie had said to her that Joseph had hit her on the back? Did she tell you that?
I don't remember.
In fact, she didn't tell you that, did she?
I don't think we talked any specific. I wouldn't have talked with her any specific because that was just a statement that she made, and I was scurry away.
But you did discuss with her what you talked about on direct.
Yes.
So you did talk to Ms. Lambert.
Yes.
And she never mentioned to you that Millie had told her Joseph was pounding on her back.
Not that I can recall.
And she didn't tell you that she believed Jennifer was drinking and was hauling the child up by the arm up the stairs, did she?
No.
Thank you, that's all I have.
Anything else?
Nothing further to say.
Thank you, sir. You can step down. Any objections to this? Excuse me.
Nothing to say, no.
Okay. This is time for us to take our morning break. We're going to take a 15-minute break and then we'll resume. Thank you. To begin.
We do need Mr. Chase. Shall we walk? Step out here.
Hopefully it'll be short. All of our doors are in? Yes. Is the state ready to proceed?
State's ready, Your Honor.
That's ready. Let's go ahead and have the jury step out. Okay, welcome back. State will call the next witness.
State calls Alexa Brown.
Alexa Dyatlov. Right here, please.
Can you please raise your right hand? You swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give should be the truth and the whole truth, so help you God.
I do.
Please lower your hand and state and spell your first and last name.
Alexis Battle,
And Alexis, how old are you?
21.
And Alexis, do you know Jennifer Rosenbaum?
Yes.
And how do you know Jennifer Rosenbaum?
She was an intern at my mom's office.
And when did you meet her?
I don't know. When?
Where were you when you met her?
At my mom's office.
And were you and Jennifer Rosenbaum friends?
Yeah.
What type of things would you do?
Just talk.
I'm sorry?
Just talk.
Just talk. And where would you be when you talked?
In the office.
Did you ever talk to her outside of the office?
We text on the phone. That's
Okay.
about it.
Did you ever go anywhere with her?
Mhm.
Where did you go?
We went to the movies, then to Chick-fil-A.
When you went to the movies with Jennifer, was there anyone else there with you? Who else would be with you?
It was the kids, the other intern, and The person that used to work in my mom's office, daughter.
Do you remember the kids' names?
Laila and Millie.
And what did you guys do when you went to Chick-fil-A?
We watched the movie.
And after watching the movie at Chick-fil-A, where did you go?
I don't remember where we went.
I'm sorry, you gotta make sure you speak up.
Can you pull the microphone closer to me, please?
Don't remember where we went after Chick-fil-A.
After Chick-fil-A. Okay. Besides the going to the movies, did you do anything else with Jennifer outside of your mom's office?
I went to the birthday party.
Okay. And I'm gonna show you what's being marked as State Exhibit 141. And do you recognize that? Yes, say yes.
Yes.
Or no. And what is it?
The party.
I'd ask that State's Exhibit 141 be admitted into evidence.
Can you check? Admit. Okay, hold.
And if you look behind you, you'll see State 141. Is this a photograph from the party?
Yes.
Okay. And where are you in that picture?
Right there on the sofa.
Is that you in the blue shirt?
Mm-hmm.
And after the party, or while you were there at the party, did anything happen?
No, that.
How-
No.
Your voice
Oh,
kind
not
of
that. No.
Okay. How long did you stay there at the party?
Until she told the kids that they was going swimming.
Did you go swimming with them at all? Did you ever go back over to her house again?
No.
When you were with Jennifer and the girls, how did she treat the girls?
She was nice to them. Yeah, nice to them.
Did you ever see her yell at them?
When was that? The Chick-fil-A. That's about it.
What happened at the Chick-fil-A?
I guess Millie. What's the name? The littlest one wasn't listening or whatever, and then she popped her. That's it.
When you say she popped her, who popped who?
Miss Jennifer popped Lily. With the littlest one name?
Laila.
Yeah, Laila.
Where did she pop Laila at?
On the butt.
What did she pop her with?
Her hand.
Did she pop her once or more than once? I didn't hear you.
Once.
Okay. After that, what did Laila do?
She started crying.
And what did Miss Jennifer do?
Nothing.
I know you said that you would text with Miss Jennifer. Do you have social media?
No, only Snapchat.
Did you have Instagram in 2015?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And who were you and Miss Jennifer friends or follow one another on Instagram? Yeah. Okay. And did you ever show me what's being marked as Exhibit 142? Do you recognize State 142?
Yes.
And what is it?
A picture of the littlest one
And where is that picture from?
from Instagram.
I'd ask the State's Exhibit 142 be admitted into evidence. No objection.
Admit. 142.
And whose Instagram account was this picture on?
Miss Jennifer first.
And when you saw this picture, what did you do, if anything?
I texted her and see if she was okay.
And do you remember what day that was? Okay. If I show you something, would that help to refresh your recollection as to the date? You gotta say
Yes.
out loud. Do you see the date on there?
Yes.
What was the date?
August the 12th, 2014.
When you sent the message, what did you say?
I just asked her, was she okay and how did she get the bruise?
And when you say a bruise, what bruise were you talking about?
Like on her face.
And if you could, it's a pointer right there, next to you, right there, with the blue handle. Right. And if you could turn around and point to where the bruise is that you saw.
Under her eye, right there.
Did the defendant, Jennifer Rosenbaum, respond back to you?
Mm-hmm.
And what did she tell you?
She said that she fell down the steps.
Okay. Did she mention anything about having to take her to the hospital?
No.
Did she mention anything about her having to get an ID?
No.
Okay. Nothing further, thank you.
Good morning, Ms. Battle. Just a couple of questions. My name's Corrine Mall. If you can't hear me, please let me know. What, you were talking about the back-to-school bash, and that was at Chick-fil-A. And then there was the birthday, right?
Yes.
Those are two separate events.
Yes.
And you say that Jennifer popped her at the Chick-fil-A bash. Were there other people around?
Not that I can
What?
remember. Not that I can remember.
You can't remember? Okay. Do you recall, just earlier saying that the picture you were shown, picture 142 came from the Browns, is that what you said?
From who?
The Browns?
I don't remember my name, Brown.
Okay, so you did not say that this picture came from the Browns? I'm just checking. Never mind, it's okay, thank you. I have nothing further.
Just briefly. Space 142, whose Instagram account did you see that picture on?
Miss Jennifer's.
It's Jennifer Rosenbaum.
Yes.
Thank you.
Anything else?
Nothing further from the state.
That's for the defense, right?
All right, thank you. You can step down. Ms. Witness, be excused.
Yes, you may, Your Honor.
Ms. Ball, any reason to retain that witness? Okay, she's excused. Thank you. And state roll call please.
State will call Whit Kimball.
Wait, is it wait?
Whitney Kimball.
Thank you. Right up here, please. All the way to the front.
Can you please raise your right hand? Do you swear to affirm that the testimony you're about to give should be the truth and the whole truth, so help you God? Please lower your hand and have a seat. Can you please state and spell your first and last name?
Whitney Kimball, spelled W-H-I-T-N-E-Y, and Kimball, K-I-M-B-L-E.
Thank you. And if you can just pull up and make sure you keep your voice up so the court reporter can take it down. Ms. Kimball, do you know the defendants in this case, Jennifer and Joseph Rosenbaum?
I do.
And how do you know them?
I've known them close to 10 years probably now.
And how did you meet?
When I was in 10th grade at a friend's birthday.
And how would you describe your relationship with Jennifer Rosenbaum?
We're basically best friends.
And how long have you been best friends?
Since 2010 probably.
If I may just ask, could we move the podium a little bit to the left, because it's right directly in my view. I can't see it.
Is that something you can do?
Oh, yes, sir. Actually, I'll just move over. You said in 2010?
Yeah.
And how often would you say that you and Jennifer spoke with one another?
It just varies whether we're busy with work or school.
And in 2015, where were you living?
In McDonough.
About how far did you live away from the defendants?
I lived in Lucas Grove. She lives in McDonough, so it's probably roughly 15 miles.
How often would you see them?
We go to church together, so sometimes every Sunday, sometimes if we didn't go to church, it would vary.
And what about Joseph Rosenbaum? When did you meet him?
Probably around 2010 before they got married.
And would y'all often hang out together yourself, Jennifer and Joseph?
Yeah, I hang out with Joseph if like Jen was around, but not so much just Jen by myself.
And you said this was before they got married?
Yeah.
And were you at their wedding?
I was.
Were you part of the wedding?
I was.
What part did you play?
I was bridesmaid.
And at some point in 2015, did you ever have any conversation with either Jennifer or Joseph about fostering a child?
Yeah, they mentioned that they were looking into fostering.
What exactly did they tell you about fostering?
That they were going through the steps to do the classes and begin fostering children.
And what was did they tell you what the ultimate goal was from fostering?
They wanted to adopt.
And at some point, did Jennifer or Joseph, did you have discussion with them about the process of foster care?
That you had to take some classes.
And who was that conversation with?
Jennifer.
And did she tell you whether or not they were taking classes or they had already taken the classes?
I know that they had taken some classes.
And that information came from Jennifer Rosenbaum.
Correct.
Do you remember when the meeting was? Who did that information come from?
I'm Jennifer.
Do you recall when that conversation was?
I don't know.
Was it in 2012, 2014, 2015? Do you remember the year at all?
It would have been closer to like 2014, I guess.
And at some point, did you ever speak with her in regards to them having children placed in their homes?
Can you repeat the question?
At any point, did you talk to either Jennifer Rosenbaum or Joseph Rosenbaum about having some kids placed in their homes as part of foster care?
Yeah, they said that they were going to have foster kids in their home.
And did you ever go to their home and they had foster kids there?
I did.
Do you remember who those kids were?
Laila and Millie.
Do you remember when you met Laila and Millie?
Sometime late 2014, early 2015.
And where were you when you met Millie and Laila?
I believe that was at their house.
And how often or how many times did you say that you saw Millie and Laila when they were staying with the defendants?
More than 10 times.
And when you would see them, were you ever concerned about their care?
I wasn't.
Did you talk with either of the defendants about where they were in the process and what the next steps were as far as their foster care?
I know that they wanted to adopt, so they were making moves to adopt, I guess.
Do you recall let me ask you, during the summer of 2015, would you see the Rosenbaums with Millie and Laila?
I did.
And what would be the occasions in which you saw them?
We would go to church together. I was over at the house. We had a birthday party.
Would there be, when you spoke with Jennifer, would she talk to you about the girls?
Yes.
Would she speak with you about different activities she was doing with the girls?
Yes.
I'm going to show you this in Martha States Exhibit 143. Who is that that's depicted in States 143?
It's Laila, Millie, and Jennifer.
And where do they appear to be?
At the house and getting their nails done.
And I'd ask the States Exhibit 143 be admitted into evidence.
Admitted 143.
Starting at, you see the top row. Who's depicted in that photograph there?
In the top left?
Yes.
Millie and Jennifer.
And what is the date of that photograph?
June 27, 2015.
And the next photograph?
Laila.
And what's the date on that photograph?
June 26, 2015.
That first photograph here.
It's Millie. It says June 29, 2015.
And they look like they're at a nail shop, you said?
They are.
Besides, I guess, going to the nail shop, any other things that Jennifer would talk to you about taking the girls to or doing with them?
She did a lot of community outings with the girls. They went to like fall festivals and just various activities.
And you mentioned a birthday party.
Yes.
Were you there for the birthday party?
I was.
And Jane with me, Martha States Exhibit 141. Is that the party that you spoke about attending?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And is this, what's depicted in this photograph?
Laila and Jennifer were opening the presents.
And this flower pillow here is, what is that?
A flower pot.
Was it one of the gifts?
Oh yeah, that was one of the gifts.
For who?
For Laila.
At any point in 2015, did you stay for an extended period of time at the Rosenbaum's home?
I did.
And why did you stay at their home?
I had surgery, so I was staying there for my recovery time.
How long did you stay with them?
For about a week.
And during that time that you were staying there, were the girls there?
They were.
And would they be there throughout the day?
They were.
Okay. Did they go to daycare while you were staying with them?
Not that I recall.
Who was caring for them?
Jennifer and Joseph, and I was there as well.
How would you describe the care that they were receiving from Jennifer and Joseph?
All their needs were being met.
And when you say their needs, what type of things?
They were being bathed and fed and taken care of.
And who would do the bathing of the girls?
Either Jennifer or Joseph.
And was Laila potty trained?
No.
And if she needed to be changed, who handled that?
Either Jennifer or Joseph.
Did you ever have occasion to have to change Laila?
I did.
And we're showing what been previously marked and admitted into evidence, States Exhibit number 45. In States Exhibit 45, in changing Laila, did you ever recall seeing this mark here on her stomach?
I did not.
And that would have been, what time period was it that you were staying with the Rosenbaums?
August 2015.
And we'll show you what's been marked as States Exhibit. What types of things, if anything, were you guys doing when you were staying with the Rosenbaums?
We were just watching TV, we made brownies, just spending time at the house.
And did you ever, during that time, ever observe any bruises or injuries or anything on the girls?
Not anything that wasn't from them just like falling down and getting back up.
And when you would see injuries from falling down and getting back up, kind of what parts of their bodies would you see those injuries on?
Like just like their legs.
Any place else?
There was an occasion where Millie had a bump on her head from like running into a table.
And were you present when she ran into the table?
Yeah, I was staying at the house then.
Was it Millie or Laila?
Laila.
And was she taken to the hospital at all?
She just again ran and got back up, so she was good.
Did anyone call DFACS to notify them that she had run into the table and had a bruise?
Not to my knowledge.
Did DFACS come out to visit during the time that you were staying with the Rosenbaums in August of 2015?
Not that I remember.
Did they ever have a counselor come out during the time that you were staying with the Rosenbaums?
Not that I remember.
Did Jennifer ever mention that the girls were going to counseling?
Possibly, but I don't really recall.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as state's exhibits. What's been marked as state's exhibits 144, 145, 146, 147, 148, and 149. And I'll ask you to look through those and let me know if you recognize them.
Yes, I recognize them.
And do they fairly and accurately depict kind of what was going on during that time?
Yep.
I'd ask the state's exhibit 134 through 149 be admitted into evidence.
Admit your thoughts.
So it's page 144. Let's start at the top, if you can see it. What's the date that this photograph was taken?
August 25th.
And what's going on here?
We were making brownies.
And you mentioned a bump on Laila's head. Is that visible in this photograph?
It is.
Okay. And is there a little pointer right here? If you could just point out where you're talking about, where you saw that bump on her head. Thank you. And states exhibit number 146. Can you see the date on there?
June 13th.
I can hear you.
June 13th, 2015.
And that's Laila and Jennifer in that photograph?
That is.
Are you familiar with the background area there?
And it's taken outside their house.
When you say their house, is that the Rosenbaum's house?
The Rosenbaum's house.
And in states exhibit number 148. What's the date on that?
August 25th.
Okay. Is that the same day y'all were making brownies?
The same day.
And what are you and Laila doing in that picture?
We're blowing kisses.
After you, at some point, did you leave or stop staying with the Rosenbaums and the lights can come back?
Yeah, I eventually went home, yes.
And did you continue to communicate with Jennifer about the girls?
I did.
Did you ever learn about a time when Laila broke her leg?
Yes, I knew she broke her leg.
And how did you learn about her breaking her leg?
I was FaceTiming with her and the girls, and Laila had a cast on.
Let me back up a little bit for you. When you were staying at the Rosenbaums, did you go inside the girls' room and observe them inside their room?
I did.
Did you ever, during the time that you were staying there, observe them jumping on their beds?
Yes.
And did they ever get injured when they were jumping on their bed?
I'm sure that they fell off a time or two, I don't recall.
During that time, were they ever taken to the doctor or to the hospital as a result of falling off?
No, I was there.
Do you recall them having any injuries or anything from falling off of the bed?
Just basic bumps and bruises.
And back to Laila's leg being broken, how were you informed that she had broken her leg?
When I was FaceTiming her, I saw the cast on her leg.
Did you learn how, or were you told how she had possibly broken her leg?
She got hurt at gymnastics.
Prior to that, had you heard anything about Laila being involved in gymnastics?
Yeah, they were taken to gymnastics a couple times.
And how did you know that?
I had spoken to Jennifer about it.
And would you receive photographs from Jennifer from time to time of the girls?
I did.
What types of photographs would you receive?
And just them doing their activities, like I mentioned, like if they were out at a fall festival or something, like just them out and about.
Did you ever get photographs of them at gymnastics?
I did.
Okay. And who was depicted in those photographs?
The girls were wearing leotards. It's Millie and Laila.
And you're sure it was both of the girls?
I think so.
Did Jennifer tell you anything else about Laila breaking her leg?
Not that I recall.
When you would speak to her, did she ever tell you about, I guess, appointments that the girls had or places that she needed to take them?
I know she took them to the doctor a couple times.
Do you recall her ever talking to you about, let me ask you, when she told you about taking them to the doctor, do you know why she was taking them to the doctor?
Basic checkups, like a cold, certain things like that.
Do you recall her speaking to her about having to take Laila to the hospital to receive an IV in August of 2015?
I don't recall.
If she had told you that, did you?
Speculation, this is speculation.
In regards to the death of Laila, how were you made aware of her death?
I had a friend reach out to me and ask if I knew about the situation going on with Jennifer.
And did you speak to Jennifer or you just spoke with your friend?
Once my friend called me, I reached out to Jennifer.
And did you speak with her?
Yes.
I want to back up just a little bit. When you were staying with the Rosenbaums and caring for the girls, was there ever a time when you had kind of concerns about something going on in potty training?
I wasn't concerned about their well-being.
I'm sorry.
I said I wasn't concerned about their well-being.
I mean, did you ever have to buy anything for treatment for issues with one of the girls?
One of the girls had a diaper rash, so I went and got some ointment.
And that was during the course of time that you were staying there?
Correct.
Outside of that, ever had any other occasion to get any medical, supplies in order to assist with it?
No.
And with that, do you remember which girls had a diaper rash?
Laila.
And who would apply the ointment that you purchased? Was it yourself?
I did.
And did Jennifer ever have to apply the ointment, or Joseph have to apply that ointment?
I believe I left later on that day, so I can follow up on it. So.
Was there ever an incident during the time that she had the diaper rash and her having accidents? Potty accidents?
Can you repeat it? I'm sorry.
Was there ever a time when she had this diaper rash where she was having potty accidents as well?
No.
But you were the only person that was treating the diaper rash while you were there.
Well, I was there, yes.
And while you were there and her diaper needed to be changed, did Jennifer change her diaper?
If her diaper needed to be changed and Jennifer was there, she changed the diaper, yes.
And what about Joseph? Did he change the diaper as
He
well?
would also change her diaper if she needed changed.
Did you make any suggestions in regards to, besides the ointment, of how to handle or how to treat the diaper rash issue?
I suggested that she not put the diaper back on because it's what caused the rash.
And who did you express that to?
Joseph.
Okay. And what was his response?
He thought it'd be better just to put the diaper back on her in case she used the restroom. So that's all he expressed.
And did you in fact put the diaper back on, or did you leave it off?
No, I said that we should leave it up, so we sat her on the couch with a towel.
And what happened when she sat on the couch?
When I left, I think she ended up peeing on the couch.
And do you know who had to clean that up?
Jennifer and Joseph.
And you said when you left at that point, were you leaving for good or just for the day, or were you going
No,
back?
I left back to my house for good.
And I think you said that when your friend called you to let you know that Laila had died, you reached out to Jennifer.
I did.
And did you talk to her about what happened?
I was asking her basically what was going on, yeah.
And what did she tell you?
That Laila had choked on some chicken.
Did she ever give you any more information about what caused the death of Laila?
No, she was just saying that she had choked on some chicken mostly.
Do you recall speaking with a detective in Detective Strongbow?
I do.
Do you recall telling her what you learned about what ultimately caused the death of Laila?
Yeah, I said that I had heard that it was like her rib punctured her pancreas.
And where did you get that information?
I heard it like on the news or through someone else.
Not through your conversation
Not
with
through
the
Jennifer.
defendants? Nothing further at this time.
Good afternoon. Ms. Kimball, my name is Corinne Wall. I've got a number of questions I'd like to ask you. You've known Jennifer over 10 years, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you consider yourself to be one of her closest friends.
I do.
And you vacationed with them before?
I have.
You've lived with them before?
I have.
And Jennifer has spent the night at your home,
She knows.
so it's fair to say you know her really well.
I do.
And besides being friends, you've also had the opportunity to work with Jennifer.
Yes.
And where did y'all work?
We worked at Banana Republic together.
And when did you work there?
I worked there for 3 years, so between, I guess, 2012 to 2015, roughly.
You all sometimes had shifts together, is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
And you all enjoyed the time that you were able to work on the same shift?
Yes.
So you made sure to work on that shift?
Yes,
And work is always better with a best friend present, isn't it?
it is.
And in 2015, you worked at Banana Republic, and Jennifer worked there too, correct?
Yes,
And during the summer of 2015, you both worked there, correct?
Correct.
And she often talked to you about the process of getting the girls and what she was going through, correct?
Correct.
And she was still working at Banana Republic during the process of getting approved for the girls.
She was.
And since she worked at the DA's office during the weekdays, her shifts were on the weekends.
Correct.
You had occasion to work with her on the weekends while she was visiting with Millie and Laila.
I did.
And she talked with you about their visits and what they did.
She did.
And in preparation for this trial, you were asked by me to look back at some of your schedules for Banana Republic.
I did.
Did you have an occasion to do that?
I did.
Okay. During the month of June, were you able to locate a schedule for the week that included June 28th?
I did.
And were you scheduled to work on June 28th?
I was.
Was Jennifer scheduled to work on June 28th?
She was.
And did you work from, what was the time that you worked?
I believe my shift was something like 12:30 to 6 o'clock.
So Jennifer and you both worked that 12:30 to 6 o'clock shift on the 28th of June 2015.
Yes, we did.
You and Jennifer always showed up for your scheduled visits, isn't that true?
We did.
You weren't slackers by any means.
We weren't.
Let's talk a little bit about your observations of Jennifer around the children. Tell me, you've seen her around children in general, haven't you?
I have.
And did she treat Millie and Laila any differently than she treated her nephews and nieces?
She didn't.
Did she treat other children any differently than she treated Millie and Laila?
She didn't.
And how did Millie and Laila react to Jennifer?
They got along great with her. I mean, that's who was like providing for all their needs, so
But when you say they get along great, how did that manifest itself?
as far as,
Well, what about the children made you believe that they got along great?
oh, I mean, they were openly communicating, hugging her, just talking.
Okay. I'm going to talk to you just briefly about this incident with the wedding of the couch.
Okay.
Anybody fly in a rage over the couch being wet?
No,
Anybody get upset over the couch being wet?
no,
Sort of treated it like it was another event in the
it
day.
happened and they cleaned it up.
They cleaned it up. Now, you did a lot, you went shopping with Jennifer a lot for the kids, correct?
Yeah, we spent a couple days going to yard sales and different stores, getting the girls stuff.
I'm going to show you what I've marked as Defendants Exhibit 90, 91, and 93, and see if you can identify that for us.
Yeah, this is all stuff we got for Laila's birthday party.
At this time, I would say the Defendants Exhibit 90, 91, 92, and 93 into the record.
Any objection?
No objection.
May-
May I publish it? What is this that you all purchased?
It's a prop for her birthday, a strawberry shortcake.
Okay, and what did you and Jennifer do anything with this prop?
We used it at her birthday party to take pictures.
Okay. Did you have to change it in any way? Did you have to paint it?
No, we got it from a garage sale from a woman we went to look for stuff for the girls.
Okay. Let me show you Exhibit 91. What is that?
It's like a cornhole toss game.
Who made that?
It was at the garage sale that we had got.
Did Jennifer have to touch it up, paint it a bit?
Not that I know of.
Let me show you what's been marked as Defendants Exhibit 92 and ask you what is that?
It's either like a sticker for her birthday, some kind of decoration for her birthday.
Looking at picture number 93. if you would, tell me what that's a picture of.
Laila, Millie, and the prop.
You attended the birthday party for Laila, didn't you?
I did. I took the pictures.
And you took the pictures that we're seeing here today.
I did.
And let me show you what has been marked as defendant's exhibit. '94, '96, '97, 110, 101, 102, 103, and 104. And see if you can identify these pictures for us, if you would.
All of them but one is taken on her birthday.
And which one isn't taken on her birthday?
The one of Millie and her outside with the soccer ball.
I'm sorry. Identified by
Sorry, it is marked 119.
Thank you. At this time, I will tender into evidence defendant's exhibit 119, 103, 106, 101, 100, 99, 98, 97, 96, 95, and 94. Yes, published on. Tell us, what is that?
The girls are playing in the Rosenbaum backyard.
And was that on the birthday or was that on another day?
I think it's on another date.
Okay. And which, when you say the girls, which girls do you mean?
Millie and Laila.
We're just going to run through these very quickly. If you would just tell us who was in the picture.
Jennifer, Millie, and Laila, and I think that's her niece on the floor as well.
Were there many people at this point?
There were.
Adults and children?
There were.
Is this another picture?
Another picture of Jennifer and Laila, yes.
Did you go to the Chick-fil-A back to school bash with them?
Not that I recall. And that's Laila, opening her presents. Another photo of Laila opening her present. It's Jennifer and Laila eating birthday cake, it looks like. Millie and Laila playing the cornhole game. A picture of her at her birthday, Laila. They're just outside in the backyard in the show. They're talking about Laila, yeah.
And who is she running after?
I can't tell in the photo.
You don't know who it is?
I'm not sure.
And finally,
Laila and the strawberry shortcake.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as defendant's exhibit. Number 108, 109, and 106. Let's see if you can identify those for us.
Yeah, it's a time that we went to Olive Garden, we went and got our nails done, and then I was hanging out with the girls at the house.
At this time, I attended exhibits number 104, 106, and 107 into the record. Ask how many published on it. When is that taken?
Around August 13, 2015.
Do you know who this is with Laila?
That's Alan, his next boyfriend.
Your ex-boyfriend?
Mm-hmm.
And the girls went with you to Olive Garden?
I did.
Did they eat by themselves, or did somebody have to feed them?
I'm not sure if they fed themselves, I just know that they ate.
I'm going to show you what I marked as Defendant's Exhibit 105. See if you can identify that.
It's Millie, Laila, and the frozen character. At
The
church.
frozen character. At this time, I will tender into evidence Defendant's Exhibit 105. No objection.
Committed on the file.
May I publish it on that?
Committed.
Is that Elsa or somebody from
Yeah,
Frozen?
and also, yeah.
Do you know about when that was? Were you with them?
I don't recall like the month, but I know it was taken at church. We were done like that in the movie series.
Okay. Let me show you what I've marked as Defendant's Exhibit 108, 109, 111, 112, 113, and 114, and see if you can identify those pictures.
And it's me, Millie, and Layla, and Jennifer making brownies. And then the 108 is when we went to Oliver.
At this time, I would tender into the record Defendant's Exhibit 108, which it stipulated was taken on August 15th, 114 on August 25th, 113 on August 25th, 112 on August 25th, 111 on August 28th, and 109 on August 25th.
Committed.
May I
Committed.
tell us what this is a picture of?
Millie about to make the brownies.
How did they move around the house, these two girls? Did they seem at home, or were tentative?
It was definitely their house. They felt comfortable.
Who is this looking on? Who is this a picture of?
Jennifer, Millie, and Layla. Millie and Jennifer. Me and Layla.
Who took this picture, do you know?
I did.
You did. Are you a photographer?
I think that.
Tell me about this picture. This was taken where?
Olive Garden.
Okay, on August 15th?
I'm assuming yes.
Was there anything that gave you any cause to be concerned about the safety of these children?
No, I was never concerned about them.
Did you ever have any concern that corporal punishment was being used on them?
No, I never thought any harm was coming to the children.
Thank you, that's all I have at this time.
Anything else?
When Jennifer would be at work, let me ask you, the day that there was the incident in Laila using the bathroom, where was Jennifer?
She was at school at work.
So Jennifer was at school or at work, who would be caring for the girls?
Joseph.
Nobody.
When you went to church, where were the girls?
We would check them into the daycare.
And when they were at the daycare, were they there with kids of the same age or all ages?
I think it's all ages.
And Laila was not fully potty trained, was she?
No, she wasn't.
And so Jennifer would have to leave diapers and pull-ups with the daycare workers,
She would.
and you saw her do this.
I did.
And a few days later, on August 13, you had an opportunity to go get pedicures and manicures with Jennifer and Laila, right? And Millie was not there.
She wasn't.
She was at a visit with her grandmother.
She was.
And Nana told you and Jennifer she couldn't handle both girls and only wanted to take Millie, correct?
She did.
Now, in the pictures we have looked at, have you seen any evidence of any bruising?
Just one with the bump on her head.
The one that you showed us above on the head. And let's talk about that bump on the head. What exactly did Laila do?
She was running around my house and went right into the table.
Okay. Into the dining room table?
Yeah.
And did she cry?
I'm sure she did for a second.
Was there any reason to go to the doctor or hospital?
No, she didn't faint or anything. She just bumped her head and continued playing.
Looking at Exhibit 108, did Jennifer discuss with you that Laila had fallen down the stairs only 2 days before this picture was taken?
Yeah, I know she fell down the stairs.
And did she tell you she immediately called her local pediatric?
She did. And I believe she discussed it with her neighbor as well.
Excuse me?
I said I believe she discussed it with her neighbor as well as a nurse.
Okay. And did she tell you that her nurse, the neighbor who's a nurse, and she made a phone call to CHOA,
I'm not sure what
to Children's Hospital of Atlanta?
I believe what they called.
Okay. So she spoke to not one, not two, but three nurses that day.
That sounds right.
And you saw Laila 2 days later in this picture.
I did.
Thank you, that's all I have.
Just a couple follow-up questions. You said they went to the church daycare?
They did.
What church was that?
Turning Point
And what days would that be that they went to the church daycare?
on Sundays.
On Sunday when we were having church, so kind of like Sunday school?
Yeah, but during church, so not like before church.
Yeah, it was on
On Sunday,
On
during
Sunday.
church.
And did Jennifer ever express to you concerns about the girls coming back with marks on them when they went to go visit their grandmother, their great grandmother?
Not that I recall.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. You can step down. Any objections? This witness will be dismissed.
No from the state. None from the defense.
Okay. It's just a little after 12. Seems like an appropriate time to take a lunch break. Why don't we go ahead then and return at 1:30. At 1:30, we would please be back in the jury holding room. Thank you. Okay. State call, next witness.
State calls Michelle Hall.
Michelle Hall. Right here, please, ma'am.
Please raise your right hand. You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give should be the truth and the whole truth, so help you God.
So help me God.
Please lower your hand and you can have a seat. State and spell your first and last name.
Michelle Hall, Michele, Hall.
Good afternoon, Ms. Hall.
Hello.
Ms. Hall, what type of work do you do?
I'm a registered nurse of 16 years.
And what, I guess, area of the hospital do you work in?
I'm an emergency room nurse as well as an ICU nurse.
And as part of your duties as being a emergency room nurse, do you deal with kids?
Yes, ma'am.
And if they come into the ER, will you participate in treatment if necessary?
Yes, ma'am.
And have you always done that over your 16 years of being a nurse?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you know the defendants in this case, Jennifer and Joseph Rosenbaum?
I know Jennifer. I don't know Joseph.
And how do you know Jennifer Rosenbaum?
She was walking around passing out pamphlets for someone that was running for office and introduced herself to our family.
Do you recall when that was?
I don't.
And did you have occasion to meet her foster children at all?
The only time I ever met her foster child was when she brought her to my house when she had been injured.
Prior to her bringing the foster child to your house, were you aware that she was a foster parent?
I was aware, but I never saw them. One of the conversations that we had, she told my daughter and myself that she had fostered, that it was a weird story, that it was her foster sister's child, that she was a meth head and that she lost her custody, and Karma's a bitch that she's going to be raising them now.
Those statements that Ms. Rosenbaum made to you about raising the kids.
Correct. But we never saw them. I never saw them until she brought her over the day that she was injured.
Who was with you when that conversation was being had?
The initial conversation about being a foster parent was with my daughter Jordan.
And where were you at when you were having that conversation?
At my kitchen table.
And what caused Ms. Rosenbaum to be in your home at your kitchen table?
Well, she was a law student at Emory, and she knew that my daughter was also going to be going to law school. She was at Georgia State University. She told us that she had an undergrad from GHI, GSU, and that she did an internship. And so she was explaining, you know, that my daughter could pursue that and how to go about doing that. So that's really how our interaction was mostly. It was just her telling my daughter how to get into an internship.
Did your daughter eventually apply for that internship?
She did, and she actually got the lead position.
And did you ever let the defendant, Jennifer Rosenbaum, know about your daughter getting the internship?
I did.
And when you're having this conversation in regards to her foster care and fostering the children, what was your response when she made the statement, "Karma's a bitch"?
I just thought it was very bizarre that she would even be giving somebody's kids if they didn't have a good connection. I felt awkward. My daughter, as soon as she left, said, I'm not.
Objection, Your Honor, to hearsay as to what her daughter said.
Sustained.
Well,
Excuse me.
yes,
Excuse me.
Mhm.
Did you raise that?
I got it.
Okay.
Okay.
I'll just ask you another
Okay.
question. After she made that statement, did you make any response to her at all?
No, not really. I was stunned. I didn't really want to say anything else about it.
And how did it make you feel?
Uncomfortable. I told my daughter that she wasn't going to be by herself with her.
And did you have an occasion after that to see or communicate with Jennifer Rosenbaum?
The only time I saw her after that was when she came over to my house with the injured child.
Prior to that, had you seen the kids that she was fostering at all in the neighborhood?
No, I've never even saw them get in a car. My son's an athlete. He's a football player, and we have multiple football players at the house all the time. We're constantly outside, and I never even saw them.
And you said at some point in time she came over to your house with an injured child.
Correct.
Do you recall what that child's name was?
I don't remember. I think it's Danielle. I don't remember exactly what it is.
Do you recall how old she was?
She was about 2.
And when she came over to your home, what happened? And when I say she, when the defendant Jennifer Rosenbaum came over to your home, what
Well,
happened?
myself, my husband, and my son were outside with my neighbor Pamela, who's also a nurse. She was carrying the child on her hip and said, hey, she fell down the stairs and hurt herself, and I'm just worried, I don't know what I need to do. Well, I was looking at her, and her face was swollen. Her bridge of her nose was swollen, but her eyes were black, which in my history of nursing and parenting alone, when you have a enlarged gap right here that's reddened, usually the eyes are not black until a day or two later. That's like a trauma. It's called raccooning. And so I knew that the injury couldn't have happened right then. The child was very stoic. She did not cry. She had no emotion. I did not feel comfortable, and I immediately told her that she needs to go to the emergency room.
And what was her response to you when you indicated that she needed to go? Let me ask you, what did she say when she brought the child over to you?
She said that she face planted off of the flight of stairs and landed on her face.
And did she tell you why she brought the child to you to look at?
She said she knew I was the ER nurse and wanted to know what she should do, and I informed her that she needs to take that child to the emergency room.
And do you recall what day this was?
I don't really remember when it was. I know.
If I show you something that would help refresh your recollection as to the date?
Yes. Let's see. I know it was in the summertime. Let's see. August the 11th.
And that's in 2015?
Yes.
And you informed her, what did you tell her she needed to do?
Well, I just asked her more about the incident to kind of like let me know an idea of how that her face could be like that. Because it didn't make sense to me because the stairs were carpeted. But she said that the bottom of the stairs was hardwood. And just with toddlers, usually they have a back injury, back of a head injury, just because of their cumbersomeness and
Object
toddlers.
to any expert
So-
witness.
When she stands and objects, you stop.
Oh, okay.
That's how this works. Okay.
I don't
You may not
do
go.
this. I
Okay.
don't.
All right.
No, I object she hasn't been qualified as an expert witness.
I'm not-
The medical matters.
I'm not qualifying her as an expert. I can ask her her experience as being an ER nurse for 16 years, and the history that she was given was consistent with what she observed. And I think she can talk about that in her experience as a nurse without being qualified as an expert.
No, I think that's expert testimony. It's not within the ken of the average juror. It's expert testimony. She hasn't been qualified as expert witness.
I'll allow that question.
Were the injuries that you observed to the child consistent based on your history as an ER nurse and what you saw?
No, as an ER nurse, not as an expert, if the person came into my emergency room and said that the baby face planted down the stairs, I would immediately have a question about that because the injuries are not consistent with the way she said it happened. Usually with babies, in my experience as a nurse, they're very cumbersome. They kind of ball up. And usually the number one injury is a head injury and loss of consciousness when it deals with the flight of stairs.
And the injuries that you saw, did it involve a head injury?
No, it was her face.
And was the child unconscious at all?
No.
After observing these injuries, what did you do next?
Well, I told her I was very uncomfortable. I don't like it. I think she definitely needs to take her. She said, well, I'm definitely going to do that. I'll just take her. And so I thought that she was going to. Well, I went to my neighbor's house I was there for 2 hours.
Let me ask you, are we talking about the same day or another
The
day?
very same day. I
How
went
much
to-
time had passed?
2 hours. It was exactly 2 hours because I was freaking out because the car was still there. I'm like, she still hasn't taken that baby to the emergency room. And so because of being a nurse and knowing that I wasn't comfortable with that, my son and myself went to her house to find out why she did not go.
And what happened when you arrived at her house?
She said that she called the doctor's office and they told her that she could just monitor her and that she could bring the baby the next day.
Did you see the child at that time when you were at her home?
Yes, I did. She was laying, just straight laying, and she was feeding her. She didn't talk. I've never heard her talk or anything. She, again, was just very stoic. And I was uncomfortable, and I said that, you know, the nurse that you probably spoke with is probably a medical assistant, because in doctor's offices, typically they don't have registered nurses. They have people that work under the doctor, not a licensed professional. I said, it would really mean a lot to me if would you please call Children's Healthcare Atlanta.
And what was her response when you asked about
She
how
said,
the child-
okay, you can call them. I said, I'm going to put it on speakerphone because I feel like I need to speak with them.
Did you call children?
I did.
And what, if anything, was done after you spoke with children?
Well, I was telling the nurse from CHOA, this is a foster child, and I think she definitely needs to come in because her injuries are not consistent with the fall. She needs to be checked out. This is just, it's got to happen. She's got to have a rule out. And she asked, did she have any trauma to the back of the head? I said no. And she said, did she lose consciousness? I said no. And then Jennifer was talking to her. It was still on speakerphone, so I heard everything. Another reason I did that is because at CHOA, the phone calls are supposed to be recorded for protection of the child as well as the family and the hospital. So I was just trying to safeguard and do the right thing to make sure that this kid got checked out. She told her just to monitor her and that she could take her to her primary care. And when we got off the phone, I said, I still really just don't feel comfortable. I even offered to watch the other child so that she could go. She said that her husband wouldn't be comfortable with that, but she called her mother-in-law and that she would go as soon as she got there. She'd just go ahead and take her.
Did you remain at her house after that?
No, it was late and my son had things, football, so I had to take him home.
Did you ever follow up to determine whether or not she had in fact taken the child to the hospital?
I did. She never did take her, but she said that the doctor in the daycare had checked her out. When we went back about 5 days later, her raccoon of her eyes was gone, which, you know, to me, if it just happened, it would have taken a little longer, but I'm not an expert. But when we did come, she did have a different bruise right here on her head.
And I just want to back up so I can get straight. So that night on August the 11th, did you follow up on that day or sometime later?
No, sometime later, because the last time I spoke with her, she knew how strongly I felt, and I genuinely believed her that she was going to do the right thing and take that child to get checked out, especially because I told her, you know, social services is going to look into it. She was like, yeah, I know, they do that at the daycare, they'll come by.
So she informed you that the child was going to daycare as well?
Yes, ma'am.
And you said a few days later you went back.
Yes, ma'am.
When you got to the house, what was your purpose of going back a few days
Just
later?
to find out how she was doing, just to make sure she was okay.
And when you got to the house, what happened?
She said that,
When you said she, who you said?
Jennifer said that she didn't end up going to the hospital. She waited and went to the doctor, and that social services checked her out and everything was clear, and that she had the daycare write a note because I noticed the bruise, and she said that they had to write a letter explaining the injury because of her being in foster care.
So when you went back a few days later, you said you saw a bruise. Was that the same bruise and injury that you had seen to her face on August the 11th?
No, ma'am. It was an additional injury that she said happened at daycare. I had no reason not to believe that.
And did she indicate she had paperwork involving falling down the stairs or the injury that happened at daycare?
No, she said that she had the daycare write a letter of explanation for social services that she was injured at the actual daycare.
Did you ever look at that letter or see that letter at all?
I never did. I didn't feel like I needed to. I felt comfortable because she was in daycare and because, you know, she did follow up with the doctor. At least that's what I thought.
And when you went back to the house a few days later, did she mention ever having to take Laila to the hospital for some type of viral infection and her having to receive IV?
No, ma'am. Not at all.
At some point, did you become aware that that child that you had seen with the raccooning was deceased?
Yes.
How did you become aware of that?
The news.
Did you ever have any additional contact with Jennifer Rosenbaum after the death of that child?
I did. She found out that my daughter got the internship and wanted to congratulate her and give her a gift, and I told her I didn't think that was appropriate.
Any other contact after that?
No, I saw her in the neighborhood walking her animal.
Nothing further at this time.
All right, cross.
Good afternoon, Ms. Hall. My name's Corinne Mull. I've got some questions for you. If you can't hear me, if you just let me know. Ms. Hall, you're a mandated reporter.
Yes, ma'am.
What does that mean?
It means if you suspect something that you report it.
Okay, now, you have testified here today that you suspected that the injuries did not occur on the date that Jennifer told you about.
Correct.
Did you call DFACS?
No, I called the hospital.
Did you call police?
No,
You didn't call DFACS or police, you and Jennifer called the hospital.
correct, because I know that if she went to the hospital, that they would be able to check it out. That was me speculating.
And as a mandated reporter, you're not supposed to speculate, are you? You're supposed to report. Isn't that true?
Yes, I felt that I did report.
And in fact, you talked to the folks at CHOA and they told you that if there was no, she had not fallen on the back of her head, that she could wait until the following morning and she could just be monitored, correct?
Correct.
And you had the opportunity to tell CHOA everything you wanted to tell them, didn't you?
Correct.
Now, you spoke to Detective Thompson, you sought him out, correct?
I sure did.
And you gave a statement on what date?
I can't recall, but I wrote the date on my paper with my signature, so if you want to let me look at it, I can tell you.
Sure.
The statement reads 11/24/15.
So 11/24/15, by then you had heard the news reports, correct?
Yes, I'm sure I did.
Okay. And you told Detective Thompson, you gave him an interview, correct? And
Correct.
you wrote a statement.
Correct.
And you said that Jennifer had told you she was a foster parent.
Correct.
And you also wrote that Pamela Rosar was present when Jennifer brought Laila to see you.
Correct.
And who is Pamela Rosar?
She's one of my neighbors.
And she lives in the vicinity of Jennifer and Joseph Rosenbaum?
Correct.
In fact, she's next door neighbor?
Correct.
Okay. Have you seen her here today?
No.
And you wrote in your statement that her nose was obviously broken, didn't you?
Yes.
And in fact, you're aware that that was not true.
No, I'm not aware that that wasn't true. How would I be aware that's not true without an x-ray?
In fact, isn't it true that they did the x-ray, her nose was not broken?
I didn't know anything about them doing an x-ray. It was my understanding she didn't take her for follow-up, other than to her primary care, so how would I know that?
So you don't know, do you?
No, I don't.
You didn't call police, you didn't call 911, but you went over to your neighbor's house. What did you go to your neighbor's house for?
To Jennifer's house?
No, to your neighbor's house. You said that after Jennifer came to your house.
I went to my neighbor's house because we were handling business.
Okay, so you went to handle business, and during the time that you were handling business, you don't know what happened to that child, do you?
Well, no, but I know she didn't go to the hospital.
You don't know that either.
I do too, because I went over there and she said she didn't. So how would I not know unless you're saying she's a liar? That's what you're implying. Why would she say that she didn't go yet?
Your Honor, I would ask, no question is being asked at this point.
She's asking the questions.
Yes, sir.
Provide responses.
You told Jennifer she needed to speak to the CHOA advice line,
Correct.
and she did. She handed you her phone, in fact, didn't she?
Yes, we both spoke to them.
And nurse told you to watch for changes and take to the doctor the following day, correct?
Correct.
And she did not advise to go to the emergency room, did she?
No,
She did not advise to go to the doctors, did she?
no,
Now, you say 5 days later you went to see her and she had different bruising.
correct.
Did you call 911?
No, because she explained it. She said that she had an injury from daycare and that they wrote a letter because she is a foster child. So I felt comfortable because she had the medical doctor that examined her, she had daycare who examined her, and she had a letter saying that she was okay.
You didn't call 911.
I wouldn't call 911. if
The
someone
question
had
is, did you
explained
call
it. No,
911?
I
Did you
not.
call DFACS?
No,
In fact, you relied on what you are now saying is an abuser's statement to you, correct?
I didn't say she was an abuser. You said she's an abuser.
You are here testifying against her, is that correct?
I'm testifying to the facts of what I witnessed on that day.
And isn't it true, Ms. Hall, what you did on that day, 5 days later, is you went home. You didn't call the police, did you?
No,
And Jennifer, you said, told you that she fell at daycare, correct?
that she fell at daycare with a different bruise?
Yes.
I'm not sure what she said happened at daycare.
Okay.
She
But-
said she got hurt at daycare.
But you suspected abuse,
No, I did not suspect
Yes.
abuse.
so you thought that everything that was going on was A-okay, correct?
I had no reason to believe that she would lie.
Now, let me show you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit 117. See if you can identify that picture, that person.
Yes,
And who is it?
that's the baby that she brought over to my house, Laila, I think.
And when is that picture taken, according to the stamp on the back?
I'm not sure how to read it. I don't see the date. It's got a bunch of numbers.
Your Honor, the stipulated date, according to the state's and the defense's stipulation, is August 10th, 2015, as to Defendant's Exhibit 117.
Admitted 117.
May I cover this? Is this the picture of the child that came to you on August 11th?
Yes.
Do you see any raccooning of eyes?
It would be hard to tell with her eyes closed and her eyelashes covering.
Do you see any black and blue around her eyes?
No,
Do you see any bruises on her face?
no,
You're a member of Justice for Laila, aren't you?
I'm sorry?
You're a member of the website Justice for Laila.
No, ma'am.
You're not.
No.
Okay.
I don't even know what that is.
Now, you're not aware of the website called Justice for Laila.
No,
You've never been on it yourself.
I don't think so.
You don't think so, or you know?
I don't even know what you're talking about. I'm not really a computer person.
You're an RN where?
I'm sorry?
Where are you an RN?
At HHC.
What is that, Henry?
No, it's an agency. I currently am doing outpatient surgery centers.
So you are not at a hospital?
No, not currently. As of 2 weeks ago, I just resigned from my position.
You said you just recently resigned. What hospital were you working at?
I was at Brady Hospital in the ICU.
And how long were you at Green Hospital?
I wasn't there long. I was there for 4 months. I did a contract through another agency.
And when Ms. Rosenbaum told you about the daycare and the letter, you believed her?
Absolutely. I mean, I didn't have any reason not to believe her.
So did you feel you had a need to call the police or DFAX or anyone else?
No, ma'am.
And you said when she came to your home with this child with raccoon eyes, that was on what day?
I believe it was the 11th. I think it was the weekend,
What month?
August.
And the picture that defense just showed you, what's the date on the back of there?
It says August 10th, 2015.
So would that have been prior to you seeing that child?
Yes.
And nothing further.
Okay.
Just ask if she is subject to recall.
All right, ma'am. Any other thoughts on whether or not she can be excused?
She can be excused by the state.
Okay. And what this means is that you're still under subpoena and you're subject to be recalled, which means you do have to stay nearby so that the information can be reached.
Okay.
But you're free to go.
Like I can go to my house? Okay.
Just carry on.
Thank you.
We'll get back in touch with you if we need you.
Yes, sir.
Well, she will not be able to get
Of course.
The state will call Jordan Hall.
Did you say Joan?
Jordan
Jordan?
Hall. You can join right in face me. Try to get you as close to mine as we possibly can. I think you did. Can you raise your right hand for me? Do you swear affirm the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth and the whole truth so help you God? Can you please state and spell your first and last name?
My name is Jordan Hall, Jordanhall.
And Jordan, do you know the defendants in this case, Jennifer and Joseph Rosenbaum?
I more know Jennifer, but I have heard of Joseph.
And how do you know Jennifer Rosenbaum?
Jennifer was our neighbor at the time I was attending college, and she knew of the Georgia Legislative Internship Program, and so that is why we were introduced.
And where were you when you were introduced to Jennifer Rosenbaum?
I was at my mother's home.
And tell me about that conversation when you met Jennifer Rosenbaum.
Well, at first it was very normal, she was just introducing herself, letting me know about the internship, but then we started to talk about our lives in general, and she told me that she was fostering children at the time. And one thing that struck me as a little alarming was that she said that the children that she was fostering, she had interacted with them before because they were the biological children of a previous foster family she had been with.
And what did she tell you about those biological parents of the children?
She said that the mother was a meth addict and that Karma was a bitch because now she would be taking care of those meth addicts' children.
How did it make you feel when she made those statements?
I felt very uncomfortable, first of all, because it was my first time meeting Miss Rosenbaum, and that just did not seem like a normal statement to me. So I told my mom from that point on I didn't want to interact with her by myself at all, if possible.
Did you have any more interaction with Miss Rosenbaum after that initial conversation?
Yes, I did. My mom had told me that the child was injured, and I was lucky enough to be the recipient of the Georgia Legislative Internship. So I informed her, thanking her that I got accepted into the program, and she said she wanted to come by and bring a blazer. Well, I never saw her again, but she said that she wasn't able to come because her little one took a fall down the stairs.
And was this a conversation that you had or via some other method?
This was done via text message.
Okay, I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 150. Do you recognize State's 150?
Yes, ma'am.
And what is that?
These are text messages between myself and Ms. Rosenbaum.
Okay, I'd ask that State's Exhibit number 150 be introduced into evidence. And in that text message, what did she tell you about the fall down the stairs?
She said that her little one took a fall on the stairs and fell on her face. And so my response was, Mom told me that I hope that she is okay. And she said that Joseph's mother would be watching the children. And then she asked me about my class schedule because she wanted to know when I would be starting the internship.
And I'm going to back you up just a second, George. You said that she told you that Joseph's mother would be watching the children?
Yes.
During what period of time was his mother supposed to watch the children?
I would have to look at the, I'm sorry. This was a text. She said that Millie's bedtime is at 8:30 and that Joe's mom was just going to watch Millie until they got back.
Did she say what she meant by saying until we got back?
No, she did not.
And then you said, did you further have any communication with her?
Yes, I asked her how the baby was doing, and she then sent me a picture of the baby.
And is this the picture that's part of that text message?
Yes, and she said they were about to head home for dinner. Oh, I think that must have been what it was in reference to. I'm sorry, the mother must have been watching them while they were at dinner. Nothing.
When she sent this to you, what is the text underneath that photograph?
That's the text where she said, here she is, referring to Millie, doing better. We're about to head home from dinner. That's from dinner.
After that, did you ever go over to her house at all and see Laila or Millie?
No, not at all. And that was another thing that was strange as well for me is that when we were originally told she was fostering your children, well, we thought surely we would have seen them because we live in a very small neighborhood subdivision. All the children pretty much know and interact with one another.
Had you ever seen the kids outside at all?
No, not at all.
Did you ever interact with Millie or Laila at all?
Not at all. We never saw them at all.
Nothing further this time.
Okay, cross.
Ms. Hall, my name's Kareem. I'll just have a few questions for you.
Yes, ma'am.
It's fair to say that Jennifer said to you, sorry I didn't get to see you when I came over. My little one took a trip down the stairs and fell on her little face.
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
And you said, Mom told me I hope she's okay.
Yes.
And she said to you, tell your mom, right, Joe's mom is staying with Millie.
Yes.
She wants to be here when we get back, since we don't know how late it will be.
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
So Millie can just go to bed. Her bedtime is 8:30.
Yes, ma'am.
So we just put her to bed, and Joe's mom is going to watch her until we get back.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, you don't know whether she went to the hospital or to the doctors and then to dinner, do you?
No, I don't.
So you have no knowledge about where she went.
No, I don't. on August 15th.
I need to.
Is this the picture that she sent you on August 15th?
Yes, ma'am.
If I may, Your Honor, it's been tendered into evidence, if I can display it to the jury.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right.
Is this the picture she sent you?
Yes, ma'am.
And you got it in black and white or in color?
In color.
Did you see anything on this picture, any raccooning of eyes?
No, ma'am, but I'm also not a medical professional, so I don't know what her eyes should or should not have looked
Did you
like.
see any black and blue around her eyes?
Not that I could see, no.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
All right.
So follow-up, so what day did you get that original text on, from Ms. Rosenbaum?
The picture, the text with the image,
No, prior to that,
on the 11th,
of what month?
August. So the picture was 4 days after the original text.
Okay, and when she texted you on August the 15th, did she mention having to take Laila to the hospital on August the 12th?
No,
Did she mention anything about having to get any IV treatment on August the 12th?
no, not at all.
How did she tell you Laila was doing?
She said she was doing better.
Nothing further.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. And any objections to this being excused?
Nothing to say, Your Honor.
None from the defense, none from the state, you're excused. Okay, please call your next witness.
Dr. Ratmeyer?
Dr. Ratmeyer.
Yes, sir.
We can just have a moment.
Right here, please, doctor. When you're ready.
Thank you, Judge. Could you state your name and spell it for the record, please?
My name is Lyra Ratmeyer, Lyra-Ratmeyer.
And doctor, how are you employed?
I am employed at Primary Pediatrics after hours in McDonough.
Should be sworn.
She's not sorry. I'm sorry, Your Honor. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear affirm the testimony you shall give the support, shall give the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
I do.
And let's start over. If you could state and spell your name for the record.
Lyra Ratmeyer, Lyra-Ratmeyer.
And you said you work for Primary Pediatrics?
Yes.
In after hours?
Yes.
What kind of work do you do there?
I see patients on a walk-in basis for illnesses and injuries.
And do you only see children?
Yes.
And how long have you been employed at Primary Pediatrics?
I have been there 12 and a half years.
Have you always worked after hours at Primary Pediatrics?
Yes.
And what is your, what was your residency in?
Pediatrics.
And what type of, generally at the after hours clinic, what kind of cases do you see?
It's usually minor illnesses.
And as a pediatrician, are you trained to note any suspicions of child abuse?
Yes.
And are you a mandatory reporter?
Yes.
And are you trained to document in writing what occurs at an appointment?
Yes.
And that would include any suspicions of child abuse?
Yes.
Now, on September 26th of 2015, did you treat a patient by the name of Millie Place?
Yes.
And what was the reason for Millie's September 26, 2015 appointment?
She came to our office because of symptoms of fever and sore throat and cold symptoms.
Prior to September 26th of 2015, had you ever treated Millie?
No.
Prior to September 26th of 2015, had Millie ever been seen at Primary Pediatrics?
I thought not, but looking back at our record, I do believe she was there under a different name.
Possibly Clendening.
Do you know what the date of that appointment would have been?
I believe it was in 2013.
Now, going back to the September 26, 2015 date, was Millie examined on that date?
Yes.
And how was she examined?
For those symptoms, it would be a clothed exam, auscultation with a stethoscope and looking in her ears and mouth and nose, and a general just visual exam.
So you never had Millie take off her clothes during that exam?
I don't believe I did.
And how was Millie treated for her symptoms?
Just over-the-counter symptomatic treatment.
Who brought Millie to her September 26, 2015 appointment?
I believe it was Jennifer Rosenbaum.
And how do you know it was Jennifer Rosenbaum?
Looking back at the record.
And how did Jennifer Rosenbaum pay for the doctor's visit?
I believe it was Medicaid.
And at the September 26, 2015 visit, did you document any suspicions or concerns of child abuse?
No.
Now, was Millie next seen at your practice on August 27 of 2016?
According to our records, yes.
And who saw her on that date?
That was Dr. Trish Moss.
And what was the reason for the August 27, 2016 appointment?
I don't recall.
Like looking at the records, help refresh your recollection?
Sure.
And at this time, I will tender State's Exhibit 151 into evidence. It's self-authenticated.
Any objections? Admit.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I approach the witness?
So according to Dr. Moss's notes from the record, she presented with swollen red tonsils and pus pockets on her tonsils.
And at that time, were there any notations regarding any suspicions of child abuse by Dr. Moss?
According to her notes, I don't see any indication of child abuse in the record.
And when was the next time that Millie was seen at primary pediatrics?
November 7th of 2016, Dr. Moss saw her again.
And what was the reason for that appointment?
Painful and frequent urination.
Was any concerns of child abuse noted on the November 7, 2016 appointment?
There's no indication of concerns in the record.
Let me just step back. On August 27, 2016, based on the reason for Millie's appointment being swollen tonsils, would she have had a full body exam?
I don't believe so, but I don't know what was done at that visit.
Had you seen her on August 27, 2016, and she came in with red tonsils, would you personally have done a head to body exam?
Based on this, I don't believe I would have.
Now, on November 7 of 2017, was a full body exam done of Millie?
So, again, according to her notes, she does remark on normal genital urinary exam.
And what is that, genitourinary?
So that would be examining the external genitalia.
And when you examine a child's external genitalia, are they completely unclothed?
Not necessarily.
Is any clothing taken off?
Right, probably partially unclothed.
And that would be the clothing that covers the genitalia. On January 22 of 2017, was Millie placed treated at primary pediatrics?
Yes,
And did you see Millie on that date?
I did.
And what was the reason for Millie's appointment?
The complaint was abdominal pain.
And was Millie examined on that date?
Yes.
And how was she examined?
So the routine exam and then a more extensive abdominal exam.
And what do you do in a more extensive abdominal exam?
So based on my notes, I did palpate the abdomen for any masses, tenderness. I flexed her legs up to the abdomen, looking for abdominal pain to be elicited. She was able to hop up and down on each foot without any abdominal pain.
When you are checking the abdomen, are you lifting up her clothing to see the skin of her abdomen?
Yes, I usually do.
And on January 22, 2017, do you have any concerns or suspicions of child abuse?
I did not.
And have you ever treated a patient by the name of Laila Daniel?
I have not.
Has anyone at Primary Pediatrics ever treated a patient named Laila Daniel?
To my knowledge, no.
Thank you. No further questions.
Okay, cross.
The only time in 2015 that you saw the child was in September of 2015.
Yes.
And at that time, Jennifer Rosenbaum brought her in, correct?
Yes.
Now, these other instances that you talked to us about in 2016 and 2017, Jennifer didn't bring her in, did she?
According to Dr. Moss's notes, she was brought in by the grandmother.
Okay, that was on 8/27/16,
Yes.
the great-grandmother?
It says by grandmother.
And 11/7/17,
11/7/16, she was brought in by grandmother, according to Dr. Moss's notes.
in January of 17?
She was brought in by grandmother.
Are you aware that as of 11/17/2015, she was no longer with Jennifer Rosenbaum?
I'm not aware.
Going back to September 26, 2015, did the child complain of any bruising or abuse of any sort?
No.
Did she say anybody was hurting her?
No.
Thank you, that's all I have.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Hughes. Any questions, Dr. Hughes? Okay, thank you. Okay, Ms. Vargas, please.
State House Kimberly Purcell.
All the way to here, please, ma'am. All the way here, right, with the stage, see the chair and the microphone. Once you get here, please, give someone to raise your right hand.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you shall give this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
You can sit down. You could state your name and then spell it for the record, please.
Kimberly Purcell, KIMBERLIPURCELL.
Ms. Purcell, how are you employed?
I work full-time as a pediatric nurse practitioner.
And where do you work?
Currently work at Primary Pediatrics in Macon.
Say that again, I'm sorry.
Primary Pediatrics in Macon,
And how long have you worked in primary pediatrics in Macon?
about 3.5 years.
Prior to working at primary pediatrics in Macon, where were you employed?
McDonough Pediatrics
How long did you work at McDonough Pediatrics?
for about 4 years,
How long have you been a nurse practitioner?
since 2010,
What were your duties at McDonough Pediatrics?
to assess and treat well and sick children.
And whenever a child comes into your practice, do you make a note or document the visit?
Yes,
And are you trained to document any suspicions of child abuse?
yes,
If you notice suspicion of child abuse, are you required to report it?
yes,
Now, as a nurse practitioner, have you ever documented any suspicions of child abuse?
yes.
And what did you do in cases where you noted suspicions of child abuse?
And we notify the police first, and then we report it to DFACS.
Now, I want to ask you some questions about a 4-year-old well check. What is the purpose of a 4-year-old well check?
To make sure that they're developmentally where they should be, that there are no underlying health conditions.
And generally, what happens at a 4-year-old well check?
The child is undressed, examined. We go over nutrition, growth and development with the parent, and then if they need immunizations, they receive those.
Now, on October 12th of 2015, did you see a patient by the name of Millie Place?
Yes,
Prior to October 12th of 2015, had you ever seen Millie Place?
no.
And what was the purpose of Millie's October 12, 2015 visit?
I love it. 4-year-old, what was it?
And who brought Millie to her appointment?
A foster parent.
And what did Millie's foster parent tell you about Millie's birth history?
It was unknown.
And you said foster parent. Do you remember if it was a male or female?
Female.
And according to the foster mother, when did she first receive Millie?
I believe May of 2015.
And according to Millie's foster mother, who lived in the home with Millie at the time?
The foster mother, and I think another male, and her biological sibling.
What, if anything, did Millie's foster mother say about Millie and attending daycare?
Twice per week?
She said she attended daycare twice per week?
Yes.
Did Millie's foster mother tell you that she had any problems with Millie?
No.
Did Millie's foster mother tell you she had any concerns with regard to Millie?
No.
Now, in a developmental section of a visit, if you note a 4-year-old child tells stories, what does that mean?
It means if you interact with a child and ask questions, they respond appropriately. They can tell stories, like if you ask what their favorite thing to do is, they can tell you what they're talking about.
And so is this something that you personally observe?
Yes, interaction with a child.
And so if you note in the development section that a 4-year-old tells stories, is that what you would hope to see in a typical 4-year-old?
Yes.
And in Millie's case, did you note that she tells stories?
Yes.
What does it mean if in the development section of the visit you note a 4-year-old distinguishes fantasy and reality?
Like if you ask questions, they respond appropriately, such as, what's your favorite food? They tell you their favorite food and not an inanimate object, like a unicorn or something like that.
Okay. So they actually tell you it's a food, not
Right.
something that wouldn't be.
They respond appropriately.
Okay. And so is that what you would hope to see in a typical 4-year-old?
Yes.
And is that what you saw in Millie's case?
Yes.
Is it part of your practice to do a hemoglobin test during a 4-year-old well check?
Yes.
And what is the hemoglobin test?
It's the amount of red blood cells that carry the oxygen throughout the body.
And how is the test done?
Finger prick.
And what were the results of Millie's hemoglobin test?
I believe she was 11.6.
Well, what does that mean?
So there's a range of normal values that we accept for children, and if they're too low, then we would do additional treatment or testing. Hers was in the normal range, on the lower side of normal, but in the normal range for her age.
Now, in regards to the 4-year-old physical, you indicated you take off the clothing?
We do.
And in Millie's case, did you follow this protocol?
Yes.
And at that time, did you note any concerns for child abuse during Millie's October 12 visit?
No.
At any time during the visit, did Millie's foster mother ever tell you that she had concerns that Millie had been previously physically abused by other parents?
No.
And at any time, did you treat a patient by the name of Laila Daniel?
No.
To your knowledge, at any time, did McDonough Pediatrics treat a patient by the name of Laila Daniel?
I do not know.
You're not sure at this time?
I'm not sure.
Those are all the questions I have. Thank you.
Cross.
On 10, 12, 15, did you notice anything wrong with either of Millie's arms?
No.
Did she complain about pain in her arms?
No.
Did you palpate her?
Yes.
And what does that involve? Can you tell us?
Touching the skin, feeling for pulses, feeling for enlarged lymph nodes, feeling for any abnormalities.
In palpation, can you sometimes feel whether there's a broken bone?
Yes, you could.
And you didn't feel any, did
Did
you?
not.
Thank you. That's all I have.
No further questions from the state.
All right, thank you, ma'am. You can step down.
That should be excused.
Yes.
Okay. And you're excused.
Thank you.
State call, thank you.
The state called Peggy Banks.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're just going to take a 5-minute break. This is going to be a very short break. Just wanted to step into the jury. That'd be great. Okay. Is everybody ready?
Yes, she's outside.
Let's go ahead and bring in the jury. Okay. State call, next witness.
The state calls Peggy Banks.
Peggy Banks. Please turn toward Mr. Chase. And he will swear you in.
All right, Ms. Banks, if you could please raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you shall give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Put your hand down and please state your true and correct name for the record.
Peggy Ann Banks.
And Ms. Banks, are you currently working?
No, I'm retired.
Where did you retire from?
I'm retired from the State of Georgia Bureau of Investigation.
What did you do there?
I wore many hats during the 20 years that I was there. I started as a secretary, became a legal secretary, then a legal assistant, then an investigative assistant.
So after 20 years, you retired, correct?
Yeah.
All right. I want to talk a little bit about some of your family. Do you know a person by the name of Regina Banks?
My daughter,
And Tessa Daniel?
my granddaughter,
How about Millie? Do you know a person by the name of Millie?
my great-granddaughter,
And how about Laila Daniel?
my great-granddaughter.
Tell me a little bit about when Millie was first born. How much interaction did you have with Millie when she was first born?
Well, first of all, I was there when she emerged into this world, just inches away. And then when she was home with her mother would get overwhelmed by the details in taking care of an infant and adding that to everything else she had to do. So she would call me up and ask me to come over and help.
How close did you live?
About a mile.
How often did you see Millie when she was very young?
Frequently. I started taking her with me to church every weekend. Well, she would come and stay with me every weekend. I had a baby bed at the house and everything. And she started going to church and never missed a Sunday when she was just a few months old.
Who was Millie living with when she was first born?
She went on to live with her mother, her grandmother, and her aunt and uncle.
How about when Laila was born? Did the living situation change at all?
Yes, they were no longer in a small rental home. They were now in a large house that my daughter bought. It had 3 bedrooms and 2 baths upstairs. And then the downstairs basement was as big as the upstairs was, and it was divided into 3 smaller rooms and 1 large room and another bathroom. And basically, Tessa and Millie and Laila lived downstairs. And upstairs was Tessa's sister Jillian and her brother Dalton and her mother Gina.
How far was this home from your home?
20 miles and 2 miles.
Did you see Laila as often as you saw Millie when she was first born?
No, and there were a lot of reasons for that. I saw her, of course, every time I went over there, but she was being well cared for. She had her mother and her grandmother there watching her, and her aunt and her uncle. Even though they had lived with her at the previous house, this was just a whole much bigger and nicer setup. And as far as I could tell, they were taking good care of her. And then Laila's aunt, on her daddy's side, would spend a lot of time with her as well. They were family members on that side. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Tell me, to your knowledge, did Laila have any medical conditions when she was born?
No,
Did she have any medical conditions the entire time that she was alive that you're aware of?
no,
What about Millie?
no. She had some slight sniffles during seasonal allergies season, but other than that.
Tell me a little bit more about Laila when she was a baby. How was she as far as being an eater?
Oh, that girl would eat everything in sight.
Okay.
She had no problems with food.
No problems with food. How was she, and this goes for her entire life, how was she, as far as you're aware, as far as potty training, how was she doing on that?
She was doing very well. She would let us know when she had to go.
Was she an active child?
Very
How would you describe her temperament?
normal for a toddler her age. If you tried to take a toy away from her, she wasn't very happy, but otherwise she loved playing with her sister and going places with us. We'd take her to the splash pad or the swimming pool or someplace at the park. She enjoyed that.
Now, at some point, did the children stop living with Tessa?
Yes.
And why did they stop living with Tessa?
Tessa became aware that she was about to be sent to jail and wanted to make sure that her kids were taken care of in her absence. And her mother worked, so her mother said she had a friend that would take them in because the friend's daughter lived with her and the daughter had a child Laila's age.
And what about Millie? Who did Millie go live with?
She went with them as well, and I didn't know anything about this beforehand.
All right. Well, tell me a little bit about your health at the time when this was going on. How was your health at that point?
Tenable.
What do you mean by that?
Well, the previous year I had a hip replacement and a thyroidectomy, and then the year after that, well, Laila died on November 17th, and on November 18th of the following year, I lost my mother. Then in 2018, I underwent 5 surgeries, including one for breast cancer, and I was really traumatized by the death and everything that happened before and after.
I want to go back up to like the 2014 era when the children were first going to live with Miss Tate, and ultimately Millie went to go live somewhere else. Tell me why the girls didn't. Could they come live with you?
As far as I was concerned, I would love to have had them, but I live in a 55 and older community where children are not allowed, and I guess that's why they were sent somewhere else.
Okay. At some point prior to the girls going into foster care, did either child ever live with you?
Yes, Millie's, the family she was put with sent her to live with, well, she was living with Miss Tate and Miss Tate's daughter. Miss Tate's ex-husband and his new wife lived up on the other side of Gainesville, Georgia, and she was sent to live with them.
And at some point you actually went up there and got them, correct? Or got Millie?
Yes, I went up there about every other weekend, and every other weekend they would come down here. So I always got visits with Millie, sometimes with Laila if I would go to Miss Tate's house.
You didn't go to Miss Tate's house very often, did you?
Not very often. Usually she was off with her aunt, Laila was.
So you did not see Laila nearly as much as you saw Millie during this time period. And when I said you went up and got Millie, you actually took her without, I guess, the Chapmans knowing. Is that correct?
Well, without them knowing my intent.
Yes.
Obviously they saw when I picked her up and put her in my car and drove off.
And then were the police called?
They did contact the police because, unbeknownst to me at that time, they had gone to DFACS and got a case started on her. I was totally unaware of that.
So prior to that, you had no idea that the DFACS was even involved?
No.
DFACS, however, I guess remained involved in the children's life thereafter. Is that a guess?
Yes.
Okay. So you, did Millie ever come and live with you at your 55 and older community?
Yes, when I got her from them, she stayed with me in my home for about 5 months until at one HOA monthly meeting, I was told that they were aware that she was there and that was against the rules and she couldn't stay.
At that point, is that when the girls went into foster care?
Yes, Miss Tate's daughter had been taking care of Laila, and she was going back to school, so she could no longer care for Laila at the same time that I could no longer care for Millie. So we had to go to juvenile court and let the judge make a decision.
Now, did you offer to keep either girl?
I offered to keep Millie.
Okay. And what about Laila?
Her grandfather wanted her. He was there in the court, and he asked for her.
Okay. So family members tried to initially, is that correct? What happened at that court hearing?
Well, the judge insisted they not be split up.
I'm
sorry, did I use the wrong word?
No, you didn't. You didn't do anything wrong. Let me ask you the question this way. At the end of the court hearing, did Millie go home with you?
No.
And how about at the end of the court hearing, did Laila go home with her grandfather?
No.
What happened to them?
Well, the judge asked for...
It's fine. Do you know where the girls went?
Yes.
Where did they go?
They went home with Millie's paternal grandmother.
And who was that?
Her name is Elaine Place.
How long did Miss Place keep the girls?
Well, she got them on Wednesday, and 2 days later on Friday, she took them to DFACS, dropped them off, and said, I don't want to be a mom.
At that point, do you know where the girls were placed? Which foster parent?
That's when they went to live with Miss Brown.
Okay. And when they were with Miss Brown, did you ever see either of the girls?
Yes, I had weekly visits with them. I would meet Miss Brown at a designated place in Stockbridge and take the girls from her car into mine. There were times when I only got Millie. Sometimes I got both of them.
When you would get both of them, were you able to care for both of them by yourself?
No, because I had back problems and I couldn't lift her I wouldn't have been able to pick her up and put her on the bed to change her diaper.
And when you're saying her, who are you referring to?
Laila.
No, you're fine.
And so sometimes I would have help though. My sister or a friend would come over to help me, and those days I would get both of them.
Now, how long did the girls stay with you when you had these visits?
Usually from about 9 or 10 in the morning till about 4 or 5 in the afternoon.
So these were just day visits?
Full days.
Full days. At any point when the children were placed with Miss Brown, did you ever notice any bruising or any injuries on them?
No, I can't recall them.
When they were with Miss Brown, did you ever have any concerns with their safety?
No.
Eventually, they were placed with Miss Lambert, correct?
Yes.
How often would you see, or excuse me, would you see either of the girls when they were placed with Miss Lambert?
Yes.
And how often would you see them?
That would be weekly visitation as well.
Now, did you get to see both of them or just one of them?
I would take both when I had someone to help me with Laila.
Was that all the time?
I can't recall whether I had her a couple of times from Miss Lambert or a couple of times from Miss Brown. Maybe both, I don't know.
When they were with Miss Lambert, did you ever see or observe any injuries or bruising?
No.
Did you ever have any concerns for their safety?
No.
Now, when you had the children, did you ever talk to them about whether or not they needed to behave with their foster parents?
Always. My favorite expression to Millie was, remember, yes ma'am and mind, yes ma'am and mind. It's ingrained in their brain, yes ma'am and mind. I always taught them to be respectful and to do whatever the parent asked them to do.
So did you ever tell them they did not have to live or listen to their foster parents?
No, I would never tell them that.
How did Millie feel, to your knowledge and from what you could observe, about not being able to live with you anymore?
Well, Millie was a nana's girl. She wanted me, she always wanted me. And I think there were times when
I mean, it could fall under child hearsay. I don't even think it's hearsay at all. She's simply making an expression of describing what she observed as far as Millie and wanting to remain with her. I don't think we're not offering the truth of the matter, sir.
Well, is it based upon what the child said to her?
It is.
Sustained objection.
Don't tell me what Millie said. Okay. How about what did you observe as far as her demeanor?
Millie was a very loving child toward me. She loved her nana more than anything or anybody. We were very close, and she preferred to be with me than anybody.
I don't think it calls for hearsay. I think it's simply her interpretation of what she observed when her granddaughter was 4 years old.
I don't know how it is that she's gleaned this understanding. It's through statements or it's through something else. And so I presume it's through statements. It seems to me the way that one gets this information, I suppose it's possible to get through demeanor as well. I'm going to ask that you do some clarifying. And
based upon her demeanor, okay, folks, have done that. What was your interpretation as far as how, as far as Millie's desire to remain with you?
And she was very clingy. She was always telling me how much she loved me. She knew that I was her.
I'm going to go on.
Sorry.
All right. Let's talk about the person, please. Were you familiar with Jennifer Rosenbaum or Joseph Rosenbaum before your grandchildren or great-grandchildren ever got placed with them?
No.
What's the first time you ever heard the name Jennifer Rosenbaum?
The day that we were in court, when the judge awarded both of the children to Miss Place, I was told after that.
Okay, let me make it real clear. Based upon what you were told, were you then had you then heard the name Jennifer Rosenbaum?
Yes.
Okay. What was had you and you'd never heard that name before, correct?
No.
Did you ever? How did you come to find out that the children were even going to be placed with Jennifer Rosenbaum?
I believe it was Miss Lambert that told me that.
And Judge, at this point, we're simply laying the foundation as to how we get to the next part. Miss Lambert had already testified, and so I don't see the harm. We're not offering her the truth of the matter, sir. We're simply trying to establish how she first came to know her great-grandchildren were.
What's the foundation here?
It's hearsay, right? Hearsay. I would object to it.
This is the objection.
Okay, let's talk about conversations that you had with Ms. Rosenbaum. How about that? Did you ever have a conversation with Jennifer Rosenbaum?
I initiated contact with her through email. I emailed her to introduce myself and tell her all that I had learned about her and read about her and how accomplished she was for a young lady, and how happy I was that the children would be. They were initially spending weekends with her to get used to them, to the Rosenbaums, and then the plan was that they would go to live with them as fosters.
Okay. So you testified that you were happy about this.
Mm-hmm.
Why were you happy about this?
Well, it looked good on writing. She had allegedly accomplished all these wonderful things. She said that she was an attorney. She said that she had gotten a scholarship for college, had graduated from college, was now in Emory Law School, or she had gone to Emory Law School, and she loved her job as an attorney. And then she said that her husband had a bachelor's degree and he was in law enforcement.
Now, did you email with her quite a bit?
Yes.
Is that the primary way that you communicated, or did you communicate other ways as well?
We had an occasional phone call, and I would see her when we exchanged the children, or we would meet up, we would talk in person.
Now, did she indicate how she knew your granddaughter, Tessa?
Yes, she said that she and Tessa were friends, that they had been in foster care together. And Tessa denied that relationship as such. She said that they were... Okay.
Here's the thing, we can't talk about what other people said, all right?
Gotcha.
All right. Let me ask you about this. Tell me about the first time that you met Joseph.
I usually met Jennifer to get the children, but she had to be somewhere class or something, and so she set it up for me to meet Joseph at McDonald's and get him from him. And so I did, and I had a friend with me, so we took both girls. And when I first saw him, since I hadn't met him, and I was familiar with his wife and all about their home and everything, I just went and hugged his neck. I'm a hugger. And he was like, very stiff and formal about it.
So again, at this point, were you still happy that your great-grandchildren were with the Rosenbaums?
I had no reason not to be at that point.
Now, did either Jennifer or Joseph ever mention anything regarding the bathing arrangements, like how the children were bathed?
Yes.
What was your understanding from what they told you?
That Jennifer only bathed one of them, I think, or that Joseph was the only one who bathed them or something. I'm mixed up on this.
Ma'am, to the best of your recollection, what was your
To the
understanding?
best of my recollection, Joseph bathed Millie and Jennifer bathed Laila.
But are you 100% sure about that? Or?
No.
And it's okay to
To
tell
the
us.
best of my recollection.
Ma'am, I don't mean to pry.
I might have it backwards.
Ma'am, I don't mean to pry. How old are you?
I'll be 72 next month.
And how's your memory sometimes?
Spotty, comes and goes. Sometimes it's very accurate, other times it's just not there.
Right. And so what we'll do here today is I want you to be to the best of your recollection, okay?
Okay.
And if you don't remember something, it's okay to say that too, okay? I want to talk about visitation now. Did you ever see the girls when they were living with the Rosenbaums?
Yes.
And what was the arrangement supposed to be when they were living with the Rosenbaums?
Well, I think we were given a month for the girls to acclimate to the new situation, and then my weekly visits would resume after that. But after my first visit, or at my first visit, Jennifer told me that the children needed to be put down for a nap at 1 o'clock. And when I took them back to her after the visit, she asked me, did they sleep at 1 o'clock? I said, well, Laila fell asleep, but Millie didn't fall asleep, so she just had quiet time for an hour. So she then informed me that since Millie didn't take her nap, that she was going to have to bring the girls to me after nap time instead of in the morning, which effectively cut down my visits from whole days to half days.
And so initially you were supposed to have full day visits,
Mm-hmm.
And then they kind of went down to half day visits.
Mm-hmm.
If you could say yes or no.
Yes, I'm sorry.
That's okay. Now, was this something that went through defense, or was this just an arrangement that you had with Ms. Rosenbaum?
With Ms. Rosenbaum.
So you said that first you were seeing them the whole day, and then they went down to half day, correct?
Yes.
Did they ever get shortened any further?
Yes, it wasn't long after that that I was told the visits would be every other week instead of every week.
Now, to your knowledge, was Ms. Rosenbaum a busy person?
She was, as far as I know.
Would you communicate about the visitations with her?
Yes.
Did you ever express your frustration about not being able to see your great-grandchildren as much as you'd like?
I don't think so.
Now, when you were supposed to get the girls, did you always get both girls?
No. There were times when I was told that I couldn't have Laila because of various reasons.
And what would some of those reasons be?
Or she was sick, or she had just fallen asleep and I didn't want to wake her up, or
To your knowledge, were the girls ever in counseling?
oh yes, there was one time that I couldn't have either of them because Jennifer had told me that they were all going on a trip to South Dakota to her friend's wedding, and they would be gone during my regular day of getting the visitation. So that was my regular day was a Tuesday. Well, when they got back, I asked, could I see them on Thursday instead? And she said, oh no, that's the day the counselor's coming over.
Did you believe they were in counseling the time they were living with Rosenbaum?
That was my understanding.
Now, what were your feelings when the visits were getting cut back like this?
I wasn't happy about it. But each time, Jennifer assured me that she had discussed it with Ms. White, and Ms. White was in agreement with it, and it was
At this point, did you have any concerns whatsoever about the safety of your great-grandchildren?
not at that point, no.
To your knowledge, was this a temporary placement, or was the plan reunification?
It was reunification,
And with reunification, would that have been with your granddaughter?
yes.
Now, did you ever say anything to Ms. Rosenbaum about the children being abused by their biological mother?
No,
To your knowledge, were the children ever abused by their biological mother?
no, not to my knowledge. I know she was overwhelmed by having to care for them. That's why I tried to take one off her hands as much as possible. She was sometimes neglectful, but never abusive.
Did you ever indicate that they were burned by their biological
No,
mother? Did you ever indicate they were forced to eat feces?
no.
Regarding the counselor, did Jennifer ever mention, you talked about you thought they were in counseling, did Jennifer ever mention them being in counseling in any emails that you received?
Yes. Jennifer would say that after a visit with me, Millie was kind of hard to handle. She wouldn't mind, and she said things like, well, Nana doesn't make me do that. Nana said I don't have to do that. Well, none of that was true. And she allegedly said, Nana lets me eat that kind of stuff. That wasn't true either. But after visits with me, when Jennifer said Millie was difficult to handle, I said, well, maybe the counselor can help with that.
And did she ever say anything about not seeing the counselor?
No.
Do you recall the date of that? Do you recall the date of that email off the top of your head?
No, sir.
Would it help refresh your recollection if I were to show you the document?
Yes.
Just let me know when your recollection's been refreshed. Do you recall the date now?
September 20th, 2015.
Was there another indication? Was there another time that Ms. Rosenbaum, another date that Ms. Rosenbaum discussed the children seeing a counselor in an email?
I don't remember.
Would it help to refresh your recollection if I were to show you a document?
Yes, sir.
And just read it to yourself and let me know when your recollection's been refreshed.
Do you want me to read it?
No, but do you see what is your recollection been refreshed as to whether or not there was a previous conversation about a counselor?
Yes.
Okay, and do you see a date? Do you recall the date of that?
August 30th, 2015.
Thank you, ma'am. I'll take that from you. Now, you mentioned a trip to South Dakota. What was your understanding of that trip to South Dakota?
That they were going for a friend of Jennifer's wedding, that they were all flying to South Dakota. And when I did see Millie again after they returned, I asked her, what was it like having your first airplane flight? Did you look down at the clouds? And she was looking.
What Millie said.
She's actually not going to say what I said.
Let's hear your response.
Okay, let me answer this. What was Millie's response?
She looked puzzled. She didn't say anything.
Did you discuss that with Jennifer?
Well, before Millie could say anything, Jennifer jumped into the conversation and said, well, we had to use Millie's ticket for Joseph's sister, so she and Joseph had to drive there. I'm wondering, how do they drive to South Dakota in one day? I don't know.
And then did you ask Jennifer anything else about that trip to South Dakota?
Oh, yeah, I asked her, did they get to see Mount Rushmore while they were there? She replied that they did. And I said, well, did you get some good pictures? And she said, well, no, it was cloudy and overcast, so we didn't get any pictures.
Were you ever able to see any pictures of this trip to South Dakota?
No, I don't believe there ever was one.
No objection to what the witness believes that's not part of what she's testifying to. It's for the future.
Response?
No response. All right. Ma'am, I want to talk a little bit about some of the injuries that you observed, okay? Did you ever observe any injuries on Laila while she was living with the Rosenbaums?
I observed facial bruising on several occasions.
Let's take them in seconds.
Okay.
Tell me about the first time that you observed facial bruising.
I asked Jennifer what happened, and she said she had fallen down the stairs. I think she landed her face on a toy.
Did she talk anything about needing medical intervention?
I don't recall.
At that point, did you even question the story?
No, she wasn't used to stairs, and she was a toddler, and seemed quite plausible.
Now, you said it up 2 times. Tell me about the second time that you remember.
Well, she had the same side of her face all bruised up again, and so I asked Jennifer about that, and she said, oh, she had a black eye. The second time was a black eye. She had a black eye, and I said, what happened to her? And she said, oh, she got into a fight with a little boy at daycare, but you should see him. He got the worst of it.
Now, do you recall if Jennifer mentioned what daycare they were in?
If she did, I don't recall. I wouldn't have been familiar with any of them anyway.
Did either Millie or Laila ever talk about going to daycare?
No.
Did you personally ever observe Millie ever having tantrums?
No.
What about hitting?
No.
How about Millie? Did you ever observe Millie having tantrums?
You asked me about Millie. You mean Laila?
Then let me flip it in my head. How about Laila?
Not prior to living with the Rosenbaums, no.
How about after living with the Rosenbaums?
Afterwards, she would sometimes pull Millie's hair. She would, if Millie took a toy that Laila wanted to play with, she would get mad and she'd pull her hair.
Was that pretty much the extent of what you observed then?
Yes.
Were there any other times when you observed any bruising on Laila?
Yes, there was an instance at Noah's Ark when Jennifer was giving a small birthday party for Millie. It was just family, I think. But when I went there, both the girls were in their Halloween costumes, and this was like weeks before Halloween. But Laila's was like an Olaf costume, and it covered her entire body except for like a face. And again, the whole side of her face was bruised.
I'm going to show you some previously marked as States 152 for identification purposes and previously shown to the defense counsel. Do you recognize States 152?
Yes, I have that same picture on my cell phone.
Okay, and what are we looking at a picture of?
It's at Noah's Ark. Laila is in the costume. The little face is sticking out. Jennifer is feeding her icing off of a cupcake. And it looks like Jennifer's knuckles are all bruised up too.
And does this fairly and accurately represent what you observed
Yes.
on the day you were at Noah's Ark?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move into evidence States 152. Ma'am, I have up here on the screen for you States 152. All right, ma'am, I'm going to give you this laser pointer. And this is the little pointer. Just hit this little button right here. Just don't point it towards anyone's eye, okay?
Okay.
Now, in this photograph, do you see the bruising that you had mentioned that you observed?
Right here, it's in the shape of a hand. You can see the fingers.
And that's what you personally observed?
Yes.
When you were you, let me ask you this, were you at this particular party?
I was there. Others were holding Laila. I didn't really see the bruising until I saw the picture.
So in the person, you didn't notice it when you saw it when you got the picture, is that correct?
Right.
And you also mentioned something else about the picture that you noticed.
Yeah, it looks like Jennifer's knuckles are all bruised.
They can go back up for now. Did you ever come to find out that your great-granddaughter had broken her leg?
Yes, when Jennifer sent me another photograph, and this time it was Laila on the exam table at the doctor's office.
And is that how you first found out about it?
As far as I can remember, yes.
Did Jennifer indicate how Laila had injured herself?
She said it happened at gymnastics.
Did she ever mention her also falling at your house?
Not to me.
Are you who Laila knows as Nana?
Yes.
Are you also who Millie knows as Nana?
Yes.
No one else in the family?
No.
And so Miss Rosenbaum never mentioned to you that that the girls fell at your house, correct? When, if ever, did Miss Rosenbaum tell you that the girls, that Laila fell at your house?
I don't recall any instance.
Let's talk a little bit more about that. Prior to finding out about the broken leg, did you, when was the last time Laila was even over at your house?
It had been several weeks.
So, not 5 days?
No, I don't think so. I don't know. It's hard to remember those kinds of details.
Well, let me ask you this. To your recollection, it had been several weeks, correct?
It had been a while. She hadn't been over there a lot.
And when she was over there, did she ever play outside?
No, they never, well, no. Not at my house. Sometimes I would take them to the park or the splash pad or the swimming pool, but
Not at your
not
house?
at my house. No, they were always indoors.
So they never played outside your house, correct?
No, there's nowhere to play.
Tell me about your backyard.
My backyard is all pavers, and the door to the backyard is blocked. You can't open it because my sister was living with me, and her bed was against the door.
Are there any holes in your backyard?
No.
How about do you have a front yard?
Yeah, postage stamp.
Okay. Did the girls ever play outside in your front yard?
No. There's no holes there either.
To your knowledge, did Laila ever fall in a hole in any yard near your house?
Not to my knowledge.
When the children were at your house, did you ever let them out of your sight?
No.
Now, when you heard that Laila had broken her leg, what was your reaction?
I just had a mental picture of her doing some kind of gymnastics and maybe falling on it or something. I don't know.
But is that what Ms. Rosenbaum had told you had happened?
She just said it happened at gymnastics.
At that point, did you think anything more than it was an accident?
No.
Talking a little bit more about gymnastics. To your knowledge, which girls were actually enrolled in gymnastics?
Both of them.
Now, who told you that both of them were enrolled?
Jennifer did.
Other than Jennifer telling you that, was there any other verification you had that Laila was actually enrolled in gymnastics?
No, I was sent pictures of Millie in her gymnastics outfit, and I was advised when they were going to be putting on a show in the McDonough Square and told I could come and watch her. But that was it.
Did you ever get any photographs of Laila doing gymnastics?
No.
Did either Miss Rosenbaum or Mr. Rosenbaum ever mention anything about Laila hurting her arm?
No.
Did either of them ever mention anything about Millie hurting her arm?
No.
Do you recall the last time you saw your great-granddaughter alive?
It was that day at Noah's Ark, October 17th, 1 month to the day before she would die.
And what was the purpose of this gathering in Noah's Ark?
Millie's birthday, which was 2 weeks prior to that.
Did you see, and so at that you saw both Millie and Laila, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Tell me about Laila. Did you see her mobile during that party?
I saw her being passed from person to person. I saw her being put in a wagon and taken for a ride.
I'm showing you within previously marked as states 155 and 156 for identification purposes. Do you recognize some of the people in that photograph?
Just the children.
And who do you recognize them to be?
Layla's in the front, Millie's in the back, and I don't know who that is in the middle.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, I move to admit states 155 and 156 into evidence. Ms. Banks, is this kind of what one of the observations you had at the Noah's Ark that day? Did you see, is this the wagon that Laila had been in during that day?
Yes, but I can't even remember who was pulling them.
You said you also noticed her passed around. At any point did you ever notice her walking that day?
Not to my recollection.
And again, the date on this is
October 17th.
October 17th.
In that previous picture, with, no, never mind, that's something else.
Okay.
Sorry.
Now, did you can come up right now. Thanks. Did you spend any time with Millie on that particular day?
Well, it was unusual. She wasn't all over me like she usually is. And she wouldn't even sit on my lap. And I said, "What's the matter, Millie?" And she said, "Jennifer told me not to." And I said, "Why?" I don't know.
I think this is a child care center. This falls under child care center. You can continue, ma'am.
She just said Jennifer told her not to. That's all the information she gave me.
Did you ever follow up with Jennifer about that?
I did. I mentioned to her that, Millie's seemed to be acting strange toward me, and was there a problem? And she said, "Oh, well, we had a lot of family members that came from far away to see the girls, and I didn't want her spending all her time with you and your sister."
Was that kind of the end of that discussion?
Yes.
Still at this point, did you think that the girls were in any harm's way?
No, naively.
Do you recall the last time that Laila was at your house?
Not as far as the date, no.
That's okay. Do you remember her being there?
I remember her being there a few times.
Do you remember the last time anything about when she left? Anything that stood out to you?
Oh, yeah. After Jennifer had strapped her into the child seat, I ducked into the door and leaned in to tell her goodbye and I love you, and she just reached for me like this, just with this desperate look in her eyes, and I thought, Laila doesn't love me like Millie does. She doesn't know me that well. Is she finally getting close to her nana? Oh, I was so happy to see that.
Did you miss Rosenbaum say anything?
She said, "Oh, she does that with everybody."
And this was before the Noah's Ark, correct?
Yes.
Several weeks before?
I can't recall.
I want to talk to you a little bit about how you found out. How did you find out that your great-granddaughter had passed away?
It was very late on the night of. My daughter called me. I was in bed, grubbily answered the phone, and she was trying to tell me my baby was dead. And I'm like, "You don't know what you're talking about." I thought maybe she was on drugs. I just hung up the phone. And then the next morning, I get a call from Laila's mother, and she's telling me the same thing. And she said, I'm not going to say it. So she wanted us to meet up with them at the police department in Stockbridge.
And did you do that?
We did. My sister and I did.
Did you go anywhere after the police department?
We went to the DFAC's office.
And did you see anyone when you got to the DFAC's office?
We were in the waiting room waiting to be seen when Jennifer and Joseph came out. And my sister hurried over to console Joseph, and I went over to hug Jennifer's neck, and I told her, I said, "I'm so sorry, I just can't imagine what you've been through." I was devastated for her, because at that point, all we'd been told was it was a chicken bone that she choked on and died from.
At some point, did that understanding change?
Yes.
I want to I want to go through with you a few more pictures if that's okay.
Mhm.
All right. I want to show you what's been previously marked as states 153 and 154. Do you recognize states 153 and 154?
Yes.
And what do you recognize them to be?
Joseph holding Laila like he was consoling her.
And is this something that you received?
Yes.
And who did you receive this from?
From Jennifer.
And how did you receive it?
Email.
Your Honor, at this time I move into evidence states 153 and 154. I want to show you what's been this photo. Is this the photo that we were talking about that you received?
Yes.
And what is the stamp or the date that's been stipulated to by the defense and the state? Do you see that at the top?
September 15th.
What year?
I guess it'll be 2015.
Okay. Now I can actually show you case 154. Do you see that blue highlighted section?
Yes.
Okay. And what's the date?
$2015.
That's okay. The one you see up here, though, is
Yeah.
September 15th.
Right.
All right. Do you recall the date that you actually received this particular photograph?
No, I don't.
Would it help to refresh your recollection if I were to show you a document?
Yes.
Let me show you this document.
October 13th.
Almost a month later.
Mm-hmm.
And was that via email?
Yes.
Was it your understanding that the photograph had been taken that night from that email?
Yes.
I also want to show you another set of photographs. I'm showing you states 157. 157 through 169. Can you take that chance to flip through those photographs?
Mm-hmm.
Do you recognize the people in those photographs?
All the people.
Do you recognize some of the people in those photographs?
I really wasn't trying to recognize them all. I saw myself, the girls, my sister, Joseph.
All right. And those are people you recognize, right?
Yes.
All right. I'll take them all from you. Your Honor,
I've never seen that one before.
do you recognize who that is?
That's Laila.
Okay. Your Honor, I move into evidence states 157 through 169. Extensive objection, Judge. What are we looking at here? Who's the person?
That's Laila with her leg in a cast.
What are we looking at in this particular photograph?
That's a picnic table at Noah's Ark with the Millie's party.
What are we looking at states 158?
Same.
States 160?
Yes, and Joseph's holding Laila in this picture.
And where's Laila?
She's in Joseph's arms.
About states 162.
That's my sister holding her, I think.
About states 164.
Laila sitting on my lap.
States 167.
Laila on my lap.
The lights will come up. Lights will come up. Now I want to focus now on the period of time after Laila's death. Where did Millie go?
Mr. Chair, so you have a significant amount of work still to do.
I still probably have another 20 minutes.
Okay, let's go ahead and take our mid-afternoon break, 15 minutes, and we'll come back. Was yours back?
Yes.
Stay ready.
Yes.
Thanks, Reck. Let's go ahead and have the jurors return to the jury box.
Judge. Ms. Banks, I'm going to show you some previously marked State Exhibit 170 for identification purposes. Do you recognize this exhibit?
Yes.
And what do you recognize this to be?
It's an email from Jennifer attaching pictures of Joseph holding Laila.
Okay. And is this an email that you printed out and provided? Let me ask you this. Do you recognize this email?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time I'd move to admit State Exhibit 170 into evidence. Now, I'm going to put this up on the screen. Can you read that? Ms. Banks,
Yes.
can you go ahead and tell us the date?
October 13th, 2015,
And what did, and who's this email from?
from Jennifer to me.
And what does it say?
After midnight and refusing to sleep, LOL. Oh, and apparently she is 100% totally and completely a daddy's girl, to the point that she goes around saying it over and over and over. So tired, LOL. Letting daddy handle this while I behave.
And was there a series of attachments on that email?
Yes.
Do you see some of those attachments at the bottom of that email?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been previously admitted to State 153. I'll zoom back out a little for you, okay? Is this one of the attachments that was in that previous email?
I think so, yes.
I can show it to you again if you'd like.
Yeah, that's the one on the bottom.
Okay. And again, what is the date on that particular, on the photo?
September 15th.
I want to show you some previously marked States 171 and 172. Do you recognize these two documents?
There are emails between myself and Jennifer.
And have we already discussed some of the contents of that email here today?
Oh, yes.
And do you recognize these emails?
Yes.
Okay. Where do they come from?
From Jennifer.
Your Honor, I move into evidence States 171 and 172.
171, 172.
I want to show you page 2. Do you see kind of where that little mark is?
Yes.
All right. What date is that from? What date is that from?
September 20.
And who is writing who?
I sent to Jennifer.
And what did you email Jennifer? If you could read it to us.
Sounds like she feels guilt. Hope the counselor can help with that.
And did Ms. Rosenbaum respond?
She says, me too. I don't want her to feel bad about loving us.
I'm going to show you page 172. Do you see the email exchange at the bottom of that particular page? Do you see the email exchange between the two of you, ma'am?
Yes.
Okay. And who's writing who?
Jennifer's writing me.
And what's the date of that?
August 30.
And does she ever mention anything about the counselor? I'll just point to you. If you could read this sentence right here. What does that sentence say?
I just want to help do what is best for them, and if the counselor thinks an adjustment period would be helpful, I'm willing to help make that happen.
Thank you. We can bring the lights back up. After Laila passed away, was there ever a period of time where Millie was living with you?
Yes.
And was that immediately after, or can I tell us when that was?
Immediately after she went back to Miss Lambert's house, I went to my HOA and told them what had happened in light of the fact that Millie wasn't able to stay with me. So they relented and signed a document stating that she could stay with me for a period of up to 2 years. And I took that to DFACS to see if they would let me have her again.
And was there a period of time that she came to live with you?
Yes.
During the time that she lived with you, did you ever have discussions about her time at the Rosenbaum?
Yes.
Now, were you, how did those discussions come about?
I was told by a counselor.
And Judge, in this context, it's not going to be the truth of the matter asserted. It's simply a matter of as to why she interacted with her great-granddaughter the way that she did. It's not hearsay. It's not for the truth.
I was advised by counselors, the DA, people in professional status, not to question her, not to bring up the subject, but that if she brought it up, we could discuss it if she felt the need.
Were there ever any times where she did bring it up?
Yes.
If she did bring it up, did you ask a whole lot of questions?
No, not a whole lot.
For some?
Some.
Okay. Let's talk about some of the things that Millie told you. What did she tell you? What are some of the things she told you about her time living with the Rosenbaum?
She related that when she would sometimes get spankings with a belt. And I said, why didn't you tell your Nana? She said, because Jennifer told me if I told you about the spankings, I'd get worse spankings.
Did she ever mention anything else that occurred in the home?
She at one time mentioned, well, she wouldn't eat certain foods from me. She wouldn't eat any kind of potato, baked or scalloped or mashed or otherwise. And I said, wow, what's the matter with potatoes? You eat French fries? And she said, one time Jennifer had made her eat some nasty tasting potatoes and it made her sick and she threw it up. And then Jennifer made her eat the throw up.
When she told you that, did you ask her any more questions or let it be?
That was enough.
Did she ever mention anything else that occurred in the home? Let me ask you this, did she ever demonstrate anything that went on in the home?
Oh yeah. Yeah. She said that Jennifer would grab them by the arm and twist. And Ms. Lambert had told me that Millie had a fracture.
Can't talk about what Ms. Lambert said, okay?
Right.
All right. So we're just going to talk about what Millie said.
Okay.
Did Millie tell you anything else?
She said that she would knee them in the stomach, and she demonstrated it if I can do it without falling down. She went right in our tummies.
And that's something that Millie demonstrated herself?
Yes.
Do you remember where you were when she made these various statements?
In my home.
I want to talk a little bit about some of the conversations. Do you recall whether or not the adults had conversations about the investigation or anything like that around Millie, to your knowledge?
Not specifically, but it was entirely possible.
What do you mean by that?
Well, my home is very small. It's got a kitchen, living room, 2 beds and bath. And it's open concept. And if she was in her room playing, you'd think she'd be out of earshot, but she might not be if she wasn't, it'd be possible to have overheard something. We consciously did not do it in front of her, but it's possible.
So you're speculating that it's a possibility, but you don't know.
Right, that's right.
You said you consciously did not speak in front of her about the cases, correct?
Right. Yes, sir.
Are you familiar with a website, Justice for Laila?
I've heard about it.
Are you a member?
I'm not even on Facebook.
Okay.
I've never done it.
Did you attend anything that was associated with Justice for Laila?
There was a candlelight vigil on Valentine's. Would have been February after she died in November. And I was present for that.
Let me ask you this, was Millie present?
No.
Now, did you ever take Millie to a therapist?
Yes.
And who was the therapist that you took Millie to?
Her name is Ann McCullough.
And why did you begin taking Millie there?
I had her enrolled in preschool at Hampton First Baptist Academy. And her teacher warned me one day to tell me that Millie was talking inappropriately about death.
If they don't want to hear it, that's fine. Just don't talk about what they said.
Okay. At school, Millie was talking inappropriately about death and disturbing some of the other 4-year-olds.
An objection to that. The objection as to talking about what somebody told her, and she just proceeded to continue telling you what somebody told her.
Well, hasn't this already been done?
Yes.
This is the situation that occurred over at the school? All right. Please continue.
Thank you, Judge. When you brought Millie to Ms. McCullough, did you have any specific concerns that you brought to her attention?
The main thing was helping Millie get over the need to talk about death and doing it at inappropriate times and places around other kids. That was the initial.
Was there ever any concern about lying?
I had problems with Millie brushing her teeth. When she'd get ready for bed, she'd tell me she had brushed them. And then we'd go to bed, and later I would go in the bathroom and discover that her toothbrush wasn't even wet. She hated brushing her teeth for some reason. I had to buy different kinds of toothpaste every time I went to the store, trying to find one she liked, and she didn't like any of them. And she just didn't want to do it. So she told me she had when she hadn't.
So if you expressed concerns about her lying, was it about things like that?
Yes.
Nothing further this time.
Okay. Cross. All right.
Good afternoon, Ms. Banks. My name is Corinne Hall.
Yes, ma'am.
If I don't speak loud enough, if you could let me know. And if you don't understand my question, if you could ask me to rephrase it, please. The family as a whole had a lot of alcohol and drug issues, isn't that correct?
There were 3 people in my family that I knew of that had problems with drugs.
Mother, grandmother of Laila,
Yes,
mother of Laila,
yes.
father of Laila.
Oh, I didn't think of him as a family member.
Well,
Yeah.
sometimes we don't like to, but we have to. Father,
Yes,
father of Millie Place.
yes.
So it's fair to say, Ms. Banks, that it was important to Tessa that her children not be in a home with drug or alcohol abuse, correct?
Yes,
And in fact, she was very firm about not wanting her children to be around drugs, correct?
I guess. I never heard her vocalize it.
You never heard her complain at all about being at the Rosenbaums, did you?
I know she didn't trust Jennifer.
I'm asking you not what you think. I'm asking you, did you ever hear her complain about the Rosenbaums when her daughters were with them?
Yes,
Do you recall that you told Ms. Hicks King, who was doing the investigation into the death of Laila, do you recall telling her that Tessa never complained to Ms. Banks about Ms. Rosenbaum? Do you remember that?
no, I don't.
Now, you say that there was no problems with behaviors with the children, but isn't it true you told Ms. Roberson and Mr. Blunt from DFACS that Millie had behavior problems?
I don't recall that.
Do you recall that you told DFACS that Gina was helpful to you in terms of managing behavior issues? Do you recall telling them that?
No,
You remember talking to the other 2 foster mothers about their problems with the children's behavior?
I would always ask them about them, and I guess I can't tell you what they said.
With regards to your conversation with Detective Thompson,
Mm-hmm.
he came on the scene right at the very beginning of the case.
Yes,
And initially, you told Detective Thompson that Jennifer was a good mother and that the children showed no sign of abuse. Do you remember that?
no,
I don't remember
I
saying
don't
that.
remember the specifics of conversations.
Do you remember saying you had no indication of abuse with Jennifer?
I had no concerns.
Now, after time passed, you contacted him about 30 days later, and you had a whole pile of negative things to say about Jennifer, didn't you?
I remember contacting him after the fact.
And you remember telling him 30 days later that you wanted to tell him about all the things Jennifer had done wrong. Do you recall that?
Not specifically. Do you have a copy of something I can refresh my memory with?
Do you, see if this refreshes your recollection.
Yeah, I remember that. Those highlighted areas.
all the areas.
Oh.
I just want you to tell me when your recollection's been refreshed. You don't have to read the whole thing, just when your recollection has been refreshed. Does that refresh your recollection?
Yes.
Isn't it true that after you had given your first statement saying you had no concerns with Jennifer, that you then contacted him and told him about all the negative things you were now coming up with against her?
I'm sure I told him I had no concerns with her initially.
No, but didn't you, when you first talked to him, when he first came to you, you and your sister both said that there was no concerns of abuse, isn't that correct?
We never saw her talk to him until after Laila was dead.
Well, of course. But right after she died, when he first initiated the investigation, you told him you had no concerns about abuse.
We were very naive.
Did you tell him
I
that
don't
you had
know
no concerns
specifically.
about
I
abuse?
can't tell you
Did
what my
say that?
exact words were.
Did you communicate that to him in any words?
I don't know.
And please, Ms. Banks, feel free to say I don't know if you don't know or you don't remember. Now, during those 30 days that went by between the time you made your first statement to Detective Thompson and the time you started making numerous other statements to him, during that month of time, Tessa had hired a lawyer to sue DFACS, isn't that correct?
Yes.
And isn't that correct? Isn't it correct that she told you she was going to own DFACS?
She's there.
You set out to help her, didn't you?
In what way?
To help her in her quest to sue and own DFACS.
I didn't have anything to do with that.
Okay. Now, you told Detective Thompson a number of things. You said that you thought Jennifer Rosenbaum was getting paid to take care of your children. Did you ever get that straightened out?
No.
Okay. Are you aware that she was not getting paid?
No.
Now, you said that she never asked you for anything for the girls, isn't that correct?
No. I mean, yes, it's correct.
It's correct.
That she did not.
She didn't ask you to buy anything for them?
No.
Now, one of the reasons you were given on a certain date why Millie could not visit you was that Millie had to go to counseling. Isn't that correct?
That was one.
That was one time.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, there were several, there were 2 or 3 times with counseling, correct? Isn't it true, Ms. Banks, that Ms. Warner had asked that they be evaluated? Did you know that?
I don't know.
Did you know that Millie and Laila were taken for a forensic interview? Do you recall that? They saw a counselor for a forensic interview. That's possible, isn't it?
Yes.
And if those fell on your days, then you couldn't visit with them, could you, if they were going to the counselor? Isn't that right?
I recall one instance where I couldn't visit them because their counselor was coming over that day instead of her regular day. That's all I remember.
You have a problem with the children receiving counseling?
Oh, no.
So you didn't mind forfeiting your visit so that the counselor could make her visit, did you?
Just that one time.
Just that one time. In fact, she was evaluated just one time and then a forensic interview, correct?
I don't know.
Now, there came a point in time, isn't it correct, Ms. Banks, that you, Millie came back from visits with you and told the Rosenbaums she didn't have to mind, that she didn't have to do what they asked her to do because Nana had said so, correct?
That's what Jennifer claimed.
And that's what Ms. Lambert claimed, isn't it?
Well, they just said that.
Just a yes or no, then you can explain.
Okay, I don't know.
And you said you don't know whether Ms. Lambert said that as well.
No.
And you don't know whether Ms. Brown complained about that as well.
They all said something, but it wasn't that.
Now, these folks were giving your grandchildren a home, correct?
Yes.
And you would talk to Millie and sow discord about the home. Isn't that correct?
I don't have any specific recollections.
As a result of you, let's put it this way, strike that. Ms. Brown, Samantha Samantha White, there are too many colors here. Samantha White told you that if you did not stop telling Millie that she didn't have to mind, she's going to testify. I can just make Ms. Banks come back. She's
All right, sustained objection.
You knew what would cut off your visitation, but you did it anyway, didn't you?
What?
Tell Millie repeatedly that she didn't have to do what anybody else asked her to do, that you were the nana, and that was.
I never told her anything like that. I never would. I taught her to obey, not to disobey.
And if she had told that to various caseworkers, she's lying and you're not.
I just never told her that. That's all I know.
Millie has a problem with telling stories,
More than any other child her age.
but she has a problem with lying, doesn't she?
Saying she brushed her teeth when she didn't.
Does she have a problem with lying?
I don't know. I haven't been with her for over a year.
Did you, when you had her, did you take her to Dr. Potts and say you were desperate because she was lying?
Why would I say that to Dr.
I'm not
Potts?
asking you why, I'm asking you, did you say that to her?
I don't recall that. That was her physician.
That's correct. Isn't it true, Ms. Banks, that Jennifer's the one that advocated for you to get some visitation? Visitation would have been cut off otherwise.
She said that, but I had no proof of it.
And isn't it true, Ms. Banks, that really Jennifer didn't have to let the great-grandma of her foster children visit? Isn't that correct?
Why would it be up to her?
I'm asking you, do you know that she did not have to allow the visits?
I don't know what she would have to do with allowing visits. That would be deep facts.
I'm asking you, did you know that? That she didn't have to allow a great-grandmother, she didn't have to take time out of her schedule to have mothers, fathers, brothers, sisters, grandmothers, great-grandmothers visit, correct?
I don't know.
Now, there was one time you complained to Detective Thompson and said that Jennifer did not leave the car seats for you to take Millie and Laila on visitation. Didn't you complain to Detective Thompson about that?
I wouldn't call it complaining.
You rejoiced about it.
No, about that either.
Okay, what is it then?
I brought it to his attention.
Okay, so you brought it to his attention. Are we on the same page now?
Right.
And when you brought it to his attention, you told him that you were upset because Jennifer had left without leaving the car seats in the car.
Well, I wasn't happy about it.
Isn't it
Anything
true?
can happen.
Isn't it true, Ms. Banks, you're responsible for your own car seats? You had a car seat for Millie.
I had a car seat, but I didn't have two car seats.
You didn't have a car seat for your other granddaughter, Millie,
No,
but Laila. You only had one for
I had
Millie.
one car seat.
And so you depended on them to provide you with another car seat for Laila, correct?
Well, she would bring her over in one, and she would pick her up and take her home in one, but I never used it.
So why did you bring it to Detective Thompson's attention that she had gone to school and taken the car with the car seats in it?
Because without the car seats, Joseph couldn't bring the girls to me.
Okay, and so we're back to the fact that you depended on them to bring you Layla's car seat, correct?
No, bring me Laila.
Okay, and
But you have to have a car seat to do that, and she went off to school.
but you needed the car seat as well.
I didn't use it. I never took it out of their vehicle and used it and gave it back.
You never used it.
It stayed in their vehicle. If I needed a second car seat, I borrowed one from a friend.
So that time you couldn't have borrowed one from a friend? You went to their house.
He couldn't bring them to me without the car seat. But she told me that they had one somewhere in their garage and he was looking for it. So I figured by the time I drove all the way out there, he would have found it.
In fact, he did go to a friend and get a car
Right.
seat for you,
Right.
for your granddaughter.
Right.
But the one day that she absentmindedly left the seats in the car, you told Detective Thompson she was trying to deprive you of your visitation. Isn't that correct?
I don't recall that.
Now, another excuse you told Detective Thompson about was because you couldn't visit with Laila because she was in a cast and had to be carried everywhere. And Jennifer was concerned about your back.
No, Jennifer told me that I couldn't have a visit with Laila because she was in the cast and I would have had to carry her, and she knew I wasn't able to do that.
So you couldn't see Laila because you weren't able to see Laila, correct?
Right.
That Now, you were invited to the event on the square where Millie was exercising, doing her gymnastics routine. You didn't go, did you?
No, I was not able to go that evening.
In fact, you had told all the caseworkers that you could not take Millie and Laila at the same time, correct?
It was difficult for me to handle two children with all my disabilities.
Did you tell that to the caseworker?
I probably did.
Isn't it true that when asked by Cynthia Tate and Tiffany Chapman to babysit Laila, you refused?
If I was unable to take care of her, yes. She was an active toddler and needed a lot of attention, and Millie was more self-sufficient.
They both were fairly active girls, weren't
Mhm,
they?
yes.
They were rough and tumble, weren't they?
Yes.
Isn't it true you never called Cynthia Tate or the Chapmans except when you wanted a babysitter for Millie? Isn't that correct? You never inquired about Laila?
I don't recall.
And isn't it true that while these folks were taking care of your great-grandchildren, you were telling the caseworkers that Cynthia was an alcoholic and she was having men in the house? Do you recall that?
I don't recall anything about alcoholism. I didn't know the lady well enough to know her drinking habits.
So it's your testimony that you never said that to the caseworker?
I said I don't recall.
Okay, so you don't remember if you did?
No.
You like to sow chaos.
No. No.
And isn't it true that Tessa, the mother of Laila and Millie, would not let you visit with her other child? Isn't that true? Because you sowed chaos.
What?
Karma.
Karma?
Isn't it true that Tessa did not let you see Karma because you were always sowing
No,
chaos?
that's totally untrue. She didn't even have Karma. Karma was with foster parents, and Tessa called me up and told me to come over at the date and time that Karma would be there so I could see my new great-grandbaby.
Isn't it true that you told Bridget Frazier, the caseworker, that you were very concerned about Karma and that she has not been allowed to see Karma because the biological mother, Tessa, would not allow her? Didn't you say that to Miss Peggy, Miss Bridget Frazier on 10/25/15?
Would you repeat that?
Did you not tell her that you were very concerned about Karma and that you had not been allowed to see Karma because Tessa would not allow it? Do you recall saying that?
No, I certainly don't, because I did see Karma, and Tessa didn't have her.
So the caseworker would be mistaken.
Yeah, that's what she said.
Now, the South Dakota trip, you don't know if it happened or didn't, do you?
I highly doubt it.
I'm not asking you whether you had
No.
it. It's fair to say that you wanted to be included in everything, isn't that correct?
They're my family. I needed to continue being a part of them.
And there were times when the Rosenbaums needed family time, isn't that correct?
What do you mean?
Needed time on their own.
Away from each other?
Great-grandmother. No,
Oh.
without great-grandmother hanging around.
I didn't hang around.
Show you what I have labeled as 115, defendant's 115, and see if you recognize that.
Yes. This was at the Noah's Ark birthday party, which Jennifer told me about and wanted me to come to.
Currently, I tendered evidence, defendant's exhibit 115 and published.
Any objection? No objection. Admit 115.
Where was this picture taken?
At the picnic table area at Noah's Ark,
And what date was that?
October 17th.
If you would, show me where the bruising was on this child.
On the cheek that's away from the camera.
You can see the cheek away from the camera. Do you see any bruising on it?
Can't tell in that photo, it's not large enough.
In fact, You were sitting there very happy in that picture, were you not?
I was glad to see the girls and see them having a good time.
Not like somebody who just seen a big bruise on their granddaughter's cheek.
No, I didn't even notice the bruise at first.
So you didn't notice the bruise until you went home and looked at pictures,
Right.
correct? 30 days after this case ended up in the papers, and 30 days after your daughter instituted a lawsuit. Isn't that true?
I'm not sure of the date.
Show you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit 116 and see if you can identify that.
I don't recognize it.
You don't recognize it.
Where was that taken?
Doesn't matter at this point. If you don't recognize it, you won't use it. Remember Millie and Laila being pulled in a wagon at Noah's Ark?
Yes.
Do you recall now that picture that I just showed you?
No. Was that at Noah's Ark?
See if you can look at that and see if they're being pulled by in a,
Oh, yes, they are.
is that at Noah's Ark?
It must have been. I've not been there enough to recognize these buildings.
But that is your granddaughter, your great-granddaughter,
Yes.
Laila, in that picture,
I knew it.
and Millie. Your Honor, this time I would tender Defendant's Exhibit 116 to recognize the public.
You can-
You see any bruises on her left-hand side that's facing the camera?
I can't tell in that photo.
You can't tell.
No.
But you don't see any as you're sitting there, do you?
No, it's
For the record,
too small and too far away.
Defense Exhibit 116 has been stipulated to have been taken on October 17, 2015. Now, you claim you've seen all these bruises. You said you saw the bruises once on Layla's face, and then the next month you saw more bruises, and you saw a black eye on Layla, correct?
Yes.
So did you call the police?
No, each time I was assured by Jennifer that Miss White was aware of it and that it was an accident and nobody was concerned.
Did you call Miss White to verify that?
No, I did not.
Did you call defects at all?
No, I totally trusted Jennifer.
Did you take any pictures of her with this black eye you're talking about?
No,
So there are no pictures of her with a black eye that you know of, are there?
I'm not aware of any. I didn't take any. I don't know if anyone else did.
Talking now about the your house.
Mhm.
Isn't it true, Miss Banks, that you took the children outside your home? Isn't that correct? They went to the park
Yes,
and they went to the splash pad?
yes,
You took them other places too, didn't you?
yes.
Now, at Noah's Ark, isn't it true that Layla and Millie got out of their costumes and were put in play clothes? Isn't that correct?
I don't remember that.
You don't remember? Now, neither child complained to you about never getting enough to eat, did they?
No, not to me.
In fact, the Lamberts warned you that Laila would stuff food down her mouth and try to swallow. And you had to be careful, didn't you?
I don't remember.
You don't remember. And when Laila died and you saw Jennifer for the first time, she was crying, wasn't she? You went to console her.
She was visibly upset, as understandably.
And you went to console her.
Yes, I did. I was still naive and I felt bad for her.
Thank you, Ms. Banks. At this time, that's all I have.
Thank you. And for your record.
Very briefly, Judge. We'll ask you several questions about having no concerns about the children being in the Rosenbaum's custody. That lasted all the way past Layla's death, correct?
Oh, yes. I mean, sometimes you have 20/20 hindsight, or you remember things in retrospect, or once you get over the trauma, some of your memory comes back.
In fact, before you talked about when you first saw Miss Rosenbaum, you actually ran up to her and hugged her, correct?
Yes.
You said that you have 20/20 hindsight. When Ms. Mull asked you about the concerns that you brought to Detective Thompson's attention, is that kind of what is that what we're talking about here?
Yes, he had me in his office soon after. I can't remember if it's the first day or the second day, and grilled me, and I was having trouble remembering because of the trauma, and later I recalled things and let him know. He told me, as I thought of more things to let him know, so I did.
Okay.
I'm going to show you what I marked as defendant's exhibit 120. See if you can identify that. I'm sorry.
That's on my front porch. It's my daughter and her, at that time, boyfriend. Millie.
Where's your daughter now?
She is in custody at a facility in Swainsboro.
Your Honor, I will tender into the record defendant's exhibit 120 and ask to publish.
What is the relevance?
The relevance is, so she'll judge if we make a motion.
Okay.
Ms. Banks, do you recall when this picture was taken?
No, I don't.
Do you recall whether it was before or after the death of Laila?
She looks big enough for it to have been after. Is there a date on the back of the photo? Sometimes they print.
2/28/18. I don't think it's 15.
Yeah.
Take a look at.
Yeah, she's much bigger there. She's not 4 there. She's about 6 or 7. So that would have been after.
After the death. At this time, Your Honor, she would have been you would have been seeing her at that time.
Yes, she was either living with me or visiting me when they stopped by.
I would tender defendant's exhibit 120 into the record.
Sustain the objection. Oh, so we stop.
Yes, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for a full day. We'll see you back here tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock.
Sorry, freaks. Right but with 2 minutes to go, my builder guy came out and he had to go out and answer some questions. So here I am. Look at that. Let's see. So thanks, freaks, for hitting the normal goal. I tried to extend it a little bit just because it was so long, but I appreciate that, and hope you guys are the ones that are watching. I mean, today there was a shooting in North Carolina on a campus, apparently. So everybody was watching that. So, you know, you can't always predict what the hell's going on. So here we go. So thank you, freaks. And thank you to, we got A was a subscriber. That's pretty funny. New member Allison Faye, Super Chats, K-Me, Danielle, Danny ICURN, Mama Sheet 13, Paulette Leonard, Daphne, Amber Maiden, Mo S, and American Lady. All right. Well, thank you guys. I appreciate it. And yeah, anybody still sitting there? Anyways, you guys, I appreciate it. So we'll see you guys tonight. And as I always say, until next time, peace. Safe out there.
Drama!
Well, thanks, Paulette Leonard, for the PayPal, and also played it.
It's a house! Bitch, please!
Dude! Ray is so mean!
Mr. Martinez, are you angry at me? 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 Mr. Martinez, are you angry at me?